Hey, Mouse, how you doing, buddy? Woo-wee. Wee? Wee? Welcome, welcome, bud. Thank you for the reminder about the beverage. How you doing, my friend? How's it going? Have you crashed since finals are over? I know that was the thing. 6 months already. Yeah, I know. I was looking at that too. Long time, but it's been fun. Yeah. It's kind of amazing, like, how... I don't know, I always find it amazing how, like... Oh yeah, I've known this guy for forever, and you look at it and it's like... 6 months isn't that long a time, but at the same time, it's also really long. It's just kind of like... Wow. You know, it's like I can't remember you not being here, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's only been 6 months. And at the same time, it's like, really, it's been that long too? I don't know. It confuses me. Time is an ethereal thing.
Hello there.
Finally have to pay for the subscription for the channel again. Hey, Jameson, how you doing, buddy? Welcome, welcome. Puppy paws. Yes, you have puppy paws. I bought a 6-month-long sub, that's why. That's right, you dumb. I forgot about that. You went ballistic with the sub. Dang. Thank you so much for your support, bud. Thank you for sticking around, too. Really appreciate it. Also, I just realized with my new work schedule, I'll be more in line with your hours, so maybe we can actually stream together. Because my new client, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, is at 8 a.m. and it's about a half-hour drive. 8 a.m. my time, and it's about a half-hour drive. So I came back and get to know you enough to keep coming back. Appreciate it, bud. I guess that is kind of incentive. You paid for it, so you might as well stick around and see how it truly is. It's actually kind of a neat idea. Yeah, he's a good boy. I have coffee tonight. I haven't had coffee in a while. Yeah, oh, that's right. I was playing. Was it Subnautica or Below Zero? Fine, I'll drink some water. I know you were there for Below Zero, but I don't remember if you started at Below Zero or started at Subnautica. Hey, everybody, welcome, welcome. Hopefully, you guys are out of the ad hell. Hopefully, everyone is doing well as well today. There's another game like I want more of is Subnautica. Like, I don't necessarily want to go back and play it again, but I want more games like it. Started on New Year. I guess yeah, that would be. Yeah, it would be New Year's. Damn. I gotta say, I just realized my AC unit has a remote, so I can be first world lazy. I didn't know this thing actually worked. So I'm a happy camper right now. Sorry, I just heard the AC cut off and thought, ooh. So yeah. Is the fan on auto? The fan is on auto. I love air conditioning. I hate heat. It's just not my thing. Give me the cold any day. You can always put on more clothes. There comes a point in time where you can't take any more off. And there does come a point in time where you've taken off so many, you are illegal. Dislike too much heat, yeah. Well said, yes. That's my philosophy. As someone who has spent a lot of time in a tent, you can always put on more layers. There comes a point in time where there's no more to take off. Oh, welcome, everybody. Hopefully everyone's having a good day. And then, of course, there is, like I said, the illegal portion. We're getting back in Amerzone. What is it? The Explorer's Legacy. Apparently, this is a remake, which I didn't have the last time we played until about halfway through. But, well, if you're coming up, puppy, come up. This is the thing I don't get about him. He stands, like, right here with his bone in his mouth and looks wishfully at the other side of my desk, where he usually hangs out. You're gonna get me to drink this whole thing before we start. Not that there's anything wrong with it. The water's tasting good today. Oh, man. It's been a really good day for me. My anxiety, my headaches, my lightheadedness hasn't been too big a deal. I'm doing really good today, so I'm excited to get into this and hang out with you guys tonight. Had a bit of a refreshing cry this morning, so that was nice too. Thinking about mom, so life's going good. What is this? Oh, that's the mouse drawing. Your emote is small enough; it's hard to tell sometimes what they are on my screen. So it was like, what? Yeah. My eyes aren't so good. A little small, but if I hover over it, it's like, oh yeah, the mouse drawing. But otherwise, this is what I see, and it's like, is that a boat? Is that underwater? What is that? Oh, it's the mouse. Hi there. I like the animation. That's a good touch. Anyway, the last time we left off our adventure, we were at Shipwreck Isle, as we can see. About 34% of the way through the game, so I figure we'll probably beat it today. The Hydrofloat is one of my favorite vehicles in any game. I'm really enjoying and finding that fascinating. I would kill for a thing like that in today's world. There was a point in time where I wanted a float plane, a plane that could land on the water. There was a time where I was seriously considering getting one. My financial existence has been weird. Alright, see you in a little bit. Squirrel? Wow, mouse. I just realized I sent an image to a Discord yesterday that said squirrels were just tennis balls thrown by God. And it's a Discord that has Squirrel Wizard in it. I can't believe they didn't think about that fact. You do gotta love squirrels are just tennis balls thrown by God. Anyway, we'll get into it. Thank you guys again, and yeah, without further ado. The Hydrofloat took me here. That's right, the Hydrofloat has sailboat mode, helicopter mode, plane mode, and sub mode. And there looks to be slots for 2 more modes. And I'm trying to like figure this out. VTOL is a great thing. So like that whole thing makes sense for the helicopter mode, though I don't think it would work. The blades are just too small. I was also thinking about the wings and how they spread out. Yeah, they look like wings, but they wouldn't have hydrofoil or airfoils. Not hydrofoil, airfoil. So they wouldn't actually create much in the way of lift. Um, so okay, we have the VTOL capability of the helicopter mode. Plane mode, it's going to be more efficient and faster than a helicopter. Okay, I'm fine with this, especially when you're thinking about taking this vehicle across the ocean. Sailboat mode makes sense. It reduces fuel consumption, allows you to get further on less fuel, or get anywhere on no fuel. And then, welcome back, Mouse. Um, submarine mode is just straight up cool. And then I'm assuming there's a boat. Well, I guess we are in boat mode. Sub mode is boat mode. Anyway, we need to find the coordinates. And our fisher friend said that he thought they were on the boat that sank here long ago. Requested a raid? Fair enough. Appreciate it, bud. The salvage industry out here would be amazing. What do you want, puppy? Actually, might not be, because it looks like a lot of the wreck in the water are ancient, so they'd have archaeological value, but they wouldn't have anything beyond that. No, 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 no. Yeah, I'm talking to you. No. We were just out, little puppy. Puppy say hi? Yes, puppy say hi. Puppies say a lot of words. I've got you now, puppy duppy. Yes, I do. It is a Mac attack. Mac attack! Oh. Oh, I love you, puppy. Oh. Everyone in the apartment building loves him too, which is kind of nice. This is the way we want to go. Is this just the... Yeah, this is just looking up at the marker, if you will. It's time for me to sleep. Sounds good, Miles. Have a good night, buddy. Thanks for stopping by, and thank you for the resub, bud. Thank you so much for the support. Stay safe out there. Good night. See you at 5 a.m.? Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. So... Enter the coordinates. Oh no, I don't think I can reach it with the grappling. Oh, so I'm supposed to use the boat. Okay. That makes sense, I guess. Kind of wondering if that might be the case. I was wondering if maybe that cutscene would change now that we were where we were. Just gonna skip the cutscenes. We saw him a bunch last time. I don't know what they're gonna do, so I'm gonna close that. Oh yeah, let's just go right through the dock. Okay, so now I go over there. And then okay. Yeah, your fish aren't gonna bite for a while, bud. I'm sorry.
You want to make all the fish swim off with all your ruckus or what?
Yeah.
The contraption that Valumbo and his friends were in wound up sinking. It's still down there, somewhere at the bottom of the lagoon.
I've only done this particular trip into the water like 4 times now. Well, this will open it up. Or take the grappling right off the front of the... one of the two. Now, I'm assuming I'm supposed to... Hopefully that didn't take out the fisherman. You still make out Alexander David probably during the 19th coordinates. Did you retrieve the coordinates? Okay. 227, if I remember correctly. Okay. Yep, 227. Okay. Very similar design. Those are all done. Sweet. Hey, Lily, how you doing?
You again?
Shy 2,000 downloads, and the devs are talking about including my sliding door code with fixes in base game. Nice.
Well, that took you long enough. Now I will finally be able to catch some dinner. The doodad boat thingy. It looks just like the one Valenbois and his friends sunk here years and years ago.
Doodad boat thingy. I like the doodad boat thingy. Continue. Version system manual. Convert to heliotopter mode. Confirm. Oh, but I like the grappling. There's no way in hell that that would actually work as a helicopter. That is too small an engine. But I like the idea. Too small, not an engine propeller, although the engine is probably too small too. Looks like an ornithopter. It's not. It's a submarine, it's a helicopter, it's a boat, it's a plane, it's a sailboat. At least those are the 5 we've got so far. And it's autopilot, and it's 1998. But it's also the reason I bought the game. This whole thing right here. Ah, we're back on track with the geese. Rest recommended. To be honest, you'd save more fuel if you were in plane mode.
All points bulletin. As our Supreme Leader stated this morning, the threat of foreign agents infiltrating our territory is the highest it has ever been. Our orders are to ensure that the borders remain sealed up tight, and to be vigilant regarding anything that may be a vessel or craft seeking to violate them. Stay alert, everyone. Glory to Amerzone and glory to progress. Over and...
Well, fun. Well, I still have the machete. Woo! You left the wrench behind, dude. We had this conversation. If you're gonna get our... poo. At least I've still got the machete. Is there a wrench in here at least? Nope, that's documents. What's in here? More docs. Please tell me I still have my nuts. That was a weird sentence that I don't want to hear anyone in chat saying anything about. Still got my nuts. And that's the egg. I mean, it's no worse than when we played Satisfactory and you wanted my nuts. Yeah. Yeah, that did happen. Alright, fine. I'll stop messing around and just go to bed. Chapter 2. The Amerzone Delta. Crocodile skin pen? Question mark? Still have that clip on my channel, nice. Water landing. That don't look good. Something tells me they know we're here. Well, we're still floating, so that's a positive. Proceed to prove the next interaction. Change of travel mode required. Puebla Trading Post. I'm gonna assume you want sailboat. Oh wait. Oh, there are presets. Oh, there are different ways of looking at it. Oh my, this is fancy. Only there are different ways of looking at this one. Use the throttle to extend the sails and depart. I just realized this thing has no environmental controls on it. It's gonna be cold at high altitude and warm down here. Distant silhouette, you'll find it through investigation. Intruders will get shot on sight. Great. Welcome to Amerzone. Certainly made a beautiful game. Gonna be honest, I don't want mosquitoes in here. And I'm gonna bet this place has a breed of mosquito that will eat you alive. Don't really want snakes dropping down from the trees or any of that other shit either. So we're just gonna... Forgot to check how much fuel I had. $7 hours. Hopefully the metal is thick enough I can survive a high-powered round being shot at it. And we're out of fuel again. Poo. You could invent this, but not a steam reactor. Alrighty. Shipwreck Island is aptly named. Strange archipelago separated from Amerzone only by a tiny sea seems to cause shipwrecks with near supernatural regularity. I myself just barely escaped the strange curse, as the hydrofloat nearly crashed into a sperm whale when I entered the lagoon. Upon my arrival at the dock, I met an old fisherman. He is the only inhabitant of the island. Vellenboss met him here during his original expedition in the 1930s. The fisherman helped me track down the backup diskette that the professor had sent him as a precaution, and it was just as well he did. The original diskette got corrupted just before Vellenboss died. The fisherman had hidden the backup diskette to avoid arousing the suspicion of Amazonian soldiers who occasionally came to inspect the island for foreigners trying to cross the border into Amerzone. President Alvarez, the dictator of Amerzone and former member of Vellenboss' first expedition, has ordered the closure of the borders and seems to be tightening his grip on the country, as if he fears his old friend might return. In any case, I found the backup diskette along with some new clues to help me retrace Professor Vellenboss's original route from him long ago. Despite all the time that's passed, traces still remain of his involuntary stay on this island back in the 1930s. I am beginning to understand more about the resounding failure of the first expedition to Amerzone. Finally on my way again. No other stopovers until I get to the Amazon Delta, the gateway to this mysterious country and the rivers from which it takes its name. The hydrofloat is a marvelous invention. Its complexity is equaled only by its ingenuity. Travel has never felt so liberating as in this craft. The geese fly alongside me as if they had been waiting for my arrival before continuing their migration to South America. Pueblo Trading Post.
All points bulletin. The intruder is still at large. I repeat, the intruder has not been located and is still at large. He must be going up the river. Closest patrol to the old fort, get over there and check it out. He's gotta be over there. Capture him and prep him for interrogation. Over and out.
Lieutenant Campos, you copy? It's Bernardes. Me and Barros are headed to the fort. We'll stop that sneaky bastard.
Can I open this? I can. Cool. Can I go up here even while it's sailing? I can. Climb on the roof of the hydrofloat during travel. They're referring to you as a sneaky bastard, because if so, they don't know you very well. You got a sneak level of -10. Pretty much, yeah. Well, I mean, the other thing, too, is they're referring to me as a sneaky bastard when literally my craft flew in between two lookout towers. I mean, it's kind of hard to call that stealth. I wish I had more stealth in this game. I don't know if I want stealth in real life. I guess at this point I don't really care. Alright, let's get some sleep. No, puppy, you need to stop. Also, I reiterate, I would not sleep on that. I would have rematted that before we left. Because you're just going to rip right through to the floor. Stop, puppy. Please insert a diskette. Oh, Lily, does this give you any trauma? I gotta ask. Oh, I miss when things fit in floppies, not floppies. See, either you either have one of two reactions to floppies. Either I miss when things are that small, or damn it, I had to use so many floppies to save shit. What are you doing? Enter the fort. Oh, this is the fort? Great. You're about to end up in your kennel, dog. I will not have you doing that. Well, that didn't do anything. Alright, well. Pop the lid. This looks like the best bridge we've seen so far. You're about to go in your kennel, dog. I've told you this again. You keep it up, you're just gonna go away. Be right back, guys. He seems to be behaving for now, so I'm gonna wait. But if he does it again... Ooh, crocodile! Semi out of gas. Webla. Oh, just where I wanted to end up.
So Valambois passed away, didn't he? And you are taking the egg of the white birds back. You know that the three of us wanted the happiness of this country, and we have each contributed to its misfortune. We were a bunch of stupid, narrow-minded idealists. That's the plain truth. We realized this too late. Yes. Too late. May God have mercy upon us. All that is so far away. She came from a mysterious village lost in the jungle. Valambois loved her a lot, you know. And then he betrayed her. He went back to Europe, and she pined away, died. Look. In the fort, there is fuel for your engine and that backup diskette Valambois sent me. I hid it in my private quarters in the presbytery. Take it. Take it, if need be. You still have a long way to go. A very long way.
A holy man who has realized his...
I will pray that God helps you with your undertaking.
realizes what he did. Kamani. If only things could have been different. I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. Jesus, John 14:6. You know, considering today was the first day I actually went to church in probably 10 years, It's kind of interesting to have this be the first chapter we encounter.
My son.
Hmm. Amazonian gray white bird. Hand sewn by a loved one, I imagine. "1991, the year I was born. Loved to the end and beyond." So that would make the kid 3? 88 to 91. Yeah, that would be 3. Damn. I mean, I know the Amazon is kind of an unforgiving place, and that's what this is supposed to be, but damn.
Ah, Yekomani. Valomboa was madly in love with her, and her death remains a misunderstood tragedy. People of the village would gossip, saying she died in childbirth. But heartache alone is a powerful poison. We were young and naive, you know. We thought our expedition would change the world. But we ended up leading Amerzone to ruin.
Wait, when did she die? 35. Yeah, that's right after he left. So it could have been childbirth. Damn.
That backup diskette that Valambois sent me is safely hidden in the rectory, in my private quarters. We can meet there later, and I'll give it to you. I thought I heard an engine a little while ago, but my mind plays tricks on me as I get older. You shouldn't be surprised to see the village abandoned, my son. I am the only one who lives inside the fort. The other villagers fled the shortages. The native population simply disappeared. As for the soldiers, they only come this far out because they are following orders. I will pray that the rest of your journey goes smoothly. You will need all the help you can get.
I'm getting that feeling that even with all of his planning, I'm still scraping around in the dark. Getting lucky. Reporting suspicious activity to authorities. The threat of espionage is real. Evil-doing foreigners. Great. This was once a pretty well. Okay. This was a pretty expansive facility. Now it's got dead cattle in the middle of it. So this was a blacksmith shop. Pretty well done. Cool. What this place once was. Alright, I'm done. I have to put the dog away. I'll be right back, guys. Probably get more coffee. I was back. Sorry about that. Welcome, everybody. 9-month streak. What do we got? What did I miss? Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Raiders. I apologize for not being here. Hey, Krelden, how you doing, buddy? Perfect time for Citadel. I'll be dealing with Mac, I guess. Yeah, I apologize. He was digging at my couch, so I figured he should go away. Matt Cameron, right? He's away. he's gotten in the habit of I know what'll get my attention, and it's I'm gonna scratch it to leather furniture. And I turn around and he sits down like I'm so innocent, and it's like no, we're not playing this game. So he's in his kennel. He will calm down, and then he'll come out later, and we can match cam again. But anyway, welcome everyone. Where are you guys coming from today? And then I figured I'd get more coffee and water since everyone was making me drink. Rimworld, Well, welcome to this interesting little tidbit. It's a puzzle adventure game. Pretty low key. Interesting. It's basically an interactive story, I guess, is what I would say. So, we are in chapter 3. Basically, a quick recap. We are following the path of Dr. Avos. It's all French. I apologize. Avaros. We're at the Pablo Trading Center, and basically, the doctor came in between 33 and 35, and during that time, he found what is known as it was the egg of the great white birds, and basically, the great white birds never land. And during their existence, one female lays an egg which has the whole next generation in it of all the white birds. And he ran off with said egg in the 30s. One of his friends that was on the expedition, it was him and 2 others. One of his friends stayed behind and became a missionary. Mom was looking at this. Cool. Yeah, it's a fun game. It's, from what I can tell, about 5 or 6 hours, so it's a little on the shorter side. It does a pretty good job of guiding you through it. I've had few issues once I learned what to click on. The other thing, too, that's really nice is if you hold the Alt key, it shows you everything that's clickable. So you don't have to worry about missing something. As much. Every once in a while, I still miss something. How much talking there is? Fair enough. It does take me longer to get through things. But yeah, we've so far gotten out of France. Well, actually, I think it's Britannia in the game. Traveled to Shipwreck Cove, refueled at Shipwreck Cove, and now we are here. The main reason I looked into the game was the transportation device, which is the Hydrofloat, which has, so far at least, has helicopter, sailboat, submarine, plane. Helicopter, sailboat, submarine, plane, and boat modes, maybe? I don't know. It's got a lot of modes, and it's the kind of craft I would love. That is versatile. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Actually, what the hell? We'll go back, because time doesn't matter too much. It's a beautiful game. So that's nice, too. And if you don't like seeing the cutscenes, or you've seen them enough, you can just double-click, and eventually you do unlock... Yeah, this is the Hydrofloat. Fast travel in each location as well. So yeah, there's a lot to do with the Hydrofloat. You can even get on top of it. And this is the whole reason I bought the game, was this thing right here, because I love weird vehicles. And it's kind of this diesel punk-ish type feel. Right now, it's in sailboat mode. And then helicopter mode brings the engine up here. Plane mode, yeah, there's a lot to it. And then like here, I can hold to skip. And then here's the great white bird's egg. And you can take a listen. So yeah, Dr. Wallendorf has entrusted you to return it in his stead. So yeah, this is the original journey to Shipwreck Island. And then now we've just completed from Shipwreck Island to, well, we're actually here at the trading post. So and like I said, everything that I can interact with shows up. So the boat is cool. Yeah, it's really cool. I wonder, does the horn, can I? It's also got a touch screen, which is interesting for 98. I'm not gonna lie. It does, the horn. Nice. And it uses floppies, which is fun. The Hydra float. So yeah, please load a diskette. I love that they're called diskettes. Anyway. So yeah. The other thing that's really cool is if you want to look off in the distance, I just love this mechanic. You put your hand above your face. That's the zoom in. So yeah, like I said, I can either walk it or I can double click and move through it. Some of the more intense animation you have to hold. I'm gonna slip away here. I'm really tired. Thanks for showing me around. Yeah, no problem. I'm always excited to show around games. So have a good night, Krelden. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the raid, good buddy. And did I see you actually subbed too? Resub. Thank you so much, buddy. I really appreciate it. Hope you have a great stream. You have a good one, bud. Stay safe out there. Also, congratulations on all the popularity. Damn, 26 raiders? Is that what I saw? Yeah, 26 raiders. Damn, buddy, you're doing really good. Congratulations. Makes me want to play Rimroll. Congratulations, buddy. Alright. So I would also say I would love a forge like this. Back when I wanted to be a blacksmith. I got raided 3 times, had a peak of over 80. Dang! Well, congratulations. Congrats, man. Is that the highest you've ever been? I know you're going to log off, but... What's your peak, buddy? I'm curious. I think so, yeah. Congratulations. Cool, cool. Well, have a good night, bud, and hopefully we'll talk soon. Hopefully we'll hang out soon. I need to hang out with you guys more. So what are we got here? Oh. Beware the agents of chaos. Traitors and enemies of the state will be executed. Oh. Great. Voodoo. So, the well... Got a couple of places to go. Natives will not be served. Damn. Oh. What a lovely piece. Homemade, judging by the label, I would assume so. This bottle is not as dusty as the others and no longer filled. Someone's drank from it recently. Pastor, are you getting into the sacramental wine? I should have checked it out. Well. President Alvarez watches over the homeland. Big brother, is that you? What do we got here? My dear, why haven't you answered my last letter? You know I don't like to be kept in the dark. You live so far from everything. I only hear about Pueblo when tragedy strikes the village. I beg you, consider my offer. We have space for you in our home. Augusto agrees, and the children would be delighted to see their aunt. They were so young the last time we saw each other. You'd be amazed by how much they've grown. So please promise me you'll think about it. I would be relieved to know that you were in as Alverazopolis near me and not lost in the middle of the jungle with those horrible soldiers who prowl the area and shoot anything that moves. Hoping to hear from you soon. Oh, great. This place seems less and less happy. So, for those of you who are curious, the original expedition had the professor, had the pastor, which is in this village, and had that guy. That guy and the pastor broke off shortly after they arrived here. The pastor created his mission here to convert the locals, and that guy led a rebellion to take over, in this case, his homeland. Looks like it's been moved around a lot. Decorative animal. It's been moved around a lot. Shouldn't I be able to move it around and see what's behind it? Well. That's where I'm supposed to go, so I'm going to look around other places first. This is a cool place. Oh, great. So, a schoolhouse. The great general elder liberated Amerzone. A new government was put in place to fight against corruption and traitors. The general was immediately elected president of Amerzone by the great majority. The age of progress began in 38. President Alvarez solemnly reaffirmed his sovereignty over Amerzone in 52-54. President signed a trade agreement with the United States. Looks like white birds. They will be back. That's not ominous. Thank you for your help. There's a lot of white bird stuff for it being illegal. Dear Father, so the teacher only lasted 2 months. That has to be a record. I don't know what would have become of us if you hadn't filled in for him. Still, we have to face facts. With the waves of people leaving due to the shortages and those damn trigger-happy soldiers, Pablo is doomed, and I don't have the strength left to watch the village die. So I'm leaving, Father. My cousin is coming to get us, the kids and me, to take us to his place in Progreso. It's not exactly paradise there, far from it. But at this stage, all I'm dreaming of is being able to spend just one day not worrying about finding roaches in my flour, and having to wash my children in the river because the pipes are full of rust. So I'll be leaving Puebla, but with a heavy heart. I was born and grew up in this village. It's in my heart and soul. All my thanks to you. That's actually a cool board. Here it is, the end of Puebla. The last bus leaves tomorrow with the few remaining townspeople and myself on board. After we leave, you will officially be the last inhabitant of Puebla. Pueblo? Anyway, I apologize. There's a seat on the bus reserved for you, but I already know that nothing could convince you to abandon the place. It saddens me. I am losing a good friend and an excellent chess opponent. Let me give you one last piece of advice before I leave. Watch out for the soldiers. They did not like those white birds you let the children draw on the chalkboard. Not one bit. Your tolerance over these last years does you a disservice. You are supposed to fight those pagan superstitions, not encourage them. Remember to drop me a line from time to time and take care of yourself. D. Riaz. For the last time, E4, D5 opening, my friend. E4, D5. Damn. They even did his mouth. It seems a bit excessive. Also, he looks really old. That must be a newer. Supreme Leader of the National Liberation of the People, sincerity of progress against the duplicity of dreams. That's an old globe. Without dreams, there is no progress. That's just my opinion, though. And hey, what do I know? Well, looks like it's time to leave. Is that a light switch? It's a light. That's a car, and that concerns me. Yeah, that's recent. Well, it doesn't look like I can get through any of that. So that isn't a trunk they scavenged, it's a trunk they brought. What have we here? Oh, that looks great. That's a prison cell. It's an old prison cell. This is beautiful. Oh, so is this the... I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your prayers and support through the sickness of our little Gisela. Sadly, her health is not improving. To tell you the truth, I'm starting to lose hope. This is... We found Gisela at the graveyard. The grave. And though it is of course perfectly understandable my wife's distress, God bless her, is not helping matters. In her desperation she has brought out one of her pagan idols, a white bird left to her by her mother. I know that it is a sin, but I am almost glad the old woman is no longer of this world. Who knows what strange remedy she would have made my poor daughter gulp down. Father, you have some influence over my wife's state of mind. I beseech you, try to persuade her to let go of her heathen charms once and for all. They are just making matters worse. All I want is for her to share my faith in our supreme leader. Hasn't he promised that a convoy of humanitarian aid has left from the capital? Crossing the jungle to Puebla shouldn't take more than a day on the railroad. Gisela's medicine will be here soon. I can feel it. I keep my faith in God and our supreme leader. God bless you, Father. That did not turn out the way he thought, hoped, or expected. Because Gisela's... Yeah. We found her grave. Fanatics. Yeah, well. We confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. 1 John 1:9. Right. You mean I can't bash it with the with the machete? I should have looked behind me. Is there anything? No, I can just go around the corner. Okay. I mean, in a lot of ways, the dictatorships in South America have looked very fanatical religious from time to time. Oh, there's a ladder there. It's actually kind of sad, and of course, I personally believe a lot of it has to do with foreign powers, be it Spain, England, Portugal, during the age of conquistadors, and then later on in America and other nations, messing around with trying to quote-unquote stabilize the region. It always seems that whenever other people try and stabilize a region, it never ends well. It's almost like they don't know what the local politics are. I'm done bitching for now. In many ways, actually, now that I think about it, it's humans trying to play God again. Faith, redeeming, and civilizing. Defend against willful ignorance and savagery. Yeah, that sounds like conquistador rhetoric. Where are we at here? We haven't finished any of the doohickeys. We gotta get those done before we leave. Wow. Talk about a beautiful church.
The intruder! Bernardus! Here he is! Stop! Don't move!
Koryuko. Koryuko.
Oh,
You're up, huh? So tell me, who sent you? CIA? FSB? You'd better start talking. Because as soon as my comrade is done with the priest, we, I guess someone didn't want to talk.
wow.
So brace yourself, stranger. You're in for a very, very, very long interrogation.
Well, I'm just hanging around. You use this to be put, could this be put to a more creative use? It's a stone. There's 1,000,000,001 uses for a stone. One is his head. You're telling me they didn't search me? Nope, they did. Okay. I'm like, really? I've got the machete? Where's the door? There's the door.
What the hell are you doing?
Making noise. I want to do it again. Well, let me do it again. Pooh. Oh, really? You're gonna... You can kill a man, but not his dreams.
Shut up, you idiot! Believe me, you do not want me to come in there and show you what you'll get for being a smartass!
Oh, I get the feeling this game is about to get real violent. Razor sharp, yep. So, cut my bindings, slit a throat. I don't really like that option, but, you know, I'm getting the feeling we're going there. I mean, I am supposed to be a news reporter. In training? Trying to get his license, registration? I don't know.
Oh, so you managed to break free of the rope, huh? That won't change a thing for you. But you better believe you'll pay extra for that when we question you.
Oh no. That's a poisonous beetle. We saw them talked about at... Yeah. Well, there's a hook. Could easily be hooked to something. Pretty long. Unit 34 of the River Brigade garrison.
What was that? Who's there? Crap. Crap! The engine's totally destroyed. Lieutenant Campos will skin me alive. How the hell did this happen?
Oh, I'm supposed to put the bug in the drink. Who knows how many prisoners must have used this? It's pretty big. I wish I had those kind of math skills. This book is not entirely new to me. Didn't Bose mention this in his travel journal? Beyond that, I think he had a specimen for a wall mount. Sorry, weird.
Bloody car. I'm really gonna get him. Lieutenant Campos sees the state of that Jeep. They already sent me to the middle of nowhere. What's gonna happen now?
Rye whiskey. Hope I didn't need to talk to him. Something tells me he's not going to talk much. Bug survived, so at least that's a good thing. Full of gasoline with the compliments of the Amerzone army. Booyah. We has das Fuel. Soldier's jerry can. I read it as Soldier Jericho. Soldier's jerry can.
I didn't want to. Believe me. I didn't want to kill the Padre. He said that you and your machine, you were gonna bring back the white birds. All of that's just a bunch of Indian stories. Stories from those damned bare-ass Indians. Me, I'm not an Indian anymore. I'm an Amerzone citizen. The priest, he pissed me off, that's all. So, The shot just went off by itself. I'm just a farmer. They forced me to be a soldier. I'm not an assassino. I'm just a poor farmer. That's all. Bernardus kept pushing me. I should have refused.
So it looks like we got another soldier to deal with. There looks to be 3 of them. 1 was left to guard me, and 2 were left to... That's not a good sign. Wow. Progress is killing a priest in his own church. Damn. Oh yeah, this looks safe. Does that ever have any water in it? Looks like he may have held something once. Tequila, 5 cases. Rum, 7 cases. Tequila, 2 cases. Rum, 4 cases. They were smuggling through here. Let me rephrase that. They're smuggling through here. There was no past tense. That seems to be pretty current.
They accused me of letting you into the fort. I think it's time for me to give account of my mistakes before God. I bear no grudges against those soldiers, you know. I forgive them. It's the least a priest can do before dying. Don't delude yourself. It's not by taking the egg back to where it came from that you are miraculously going to save this country. It may do some good anyway. I hope so. People need something to believe in, to hope in. You know.
Well, that's the second old man we've watched die in this game. Open the tabernacle. Decree by President Alvarez, published in Amazone's official gazette on May 27, 1936. It establishes the church, redeeming and civilizing, as the official state religion, while banning any and all pagan religions in the name of unifying this glorious country under one and the same banner, that of modernity and the salvation of all Amazonian inhabitants' souls. Great. Good to know fanaticism is alive and well. What do we got over here? Jesus falling beneath the cross. Parish register. Baptism of daughter. Marriage. Death. Baptism. Death. Yellow fever. Damn. Say 1935. Yep. Tuberculosis. Is there a specific one I'm looking for? Oh. That's the lady. the month? September 18th. Bible. Follow the gaze of Jesus and the angels will guide you. Key that went through the trouble of hiding this. What could it possibly open? This is the fast travel. I guess it's the hidden key. My son, I received your letter dated Stone 10th yesterday. I suppose it must have got here by mule through the jungle. Undoubtedly, this country needs to be developed. And I pray to God that he will help the new president Alvarez, who I am told is a friend of yours, in this monumental task. I have heard that he has a very austere idea of authority and power, and that he intends to use it to steer Amerzone Manu Militare towards the shores of modernity. The ways of the Lord as we know it, my son, are inscrutable. So we must believe that it is not without reason that the Lord has laid his hand upon the shoulders of your friend Alvarez, so that he may lift this country out of the mire in which it has been stagnant all too long. We will help him, of course, in our way, by remaining steadfast, continuing with our evangelizing and civilizing mission among the primitive Indians throughout the jungle and the mountains. On this subject I exhort you, my son, to fight with the greatest determination the pagan beliefs that have encumbered the minds of these savages. The mythological fabrications of these unlikely white birds and the rituals associated with them only help to keep the natives from the ways of the Lord. I believe that this gentleman Belumbius does us a great disservice by lending credence to the legend. You'd be well advised, my son, to stay away from that man. So that's the professor, who will not fail, I'm sure, to become the laughingstock of the scientific community upon his return to Europe. I bless you, my son. So the church undermined. Okay, so that just leads here. The angels. What did it say? Follow the gaze of Jesus and the angels will guide you. Well, the only portrait. There's an angel up there, right? Alright, where are you pointing? You're pointing at the tabernacle. CV Raptor, welcome, buddy. What is this game? This game is, how would I describe it? A puzzle exploration?
And this is my favorite store on the Citadel.
Thank you so much for the follow, buddy. Welcome to the Citadel. Puzzle exploration and kind of like a story game. It's very much you're given a direction. There are chapters. You go through it. You can explore the region, but it's the chapter you're in. The story we're following is love puzzle games. Nice. I have it set to a relatively easy difficulty for now, which I'm still kind of struggling with. But the whole premise behind it is it's 1998, and you are following in the footsteps of a professor from Europe who in the 30s came to Amerzone, their version of Amazon. And basically he went on an adventure here and took an egg. Now the egg is it's like that big. Is it a real story? I doubt it. Based on I'm pretty sure it's not, because I think the lead into the game is based on, regardless of how, what is it? It's that usual disclaimer about how, the regardless of how these things may line up with real world, they aren't real world. I forget how they usually word the disclaimer. Anyway, the whole idea is that he took an egg. The egg is of the great white birds, which are worshipped by the Aborigines in the area. And basically, these great white birds never land except for and use thermal vents from a volcano or a series of volcanoes to fly. And once every few years, one of the females of the great white birds lands and lays a gigantic egg that has the whole next generation of the white birds within it. And one of the Aborigines tribes takes the egg and takes care of it until it's ready to hatch. If they don't take care of it, it becomes a different breed of bird, which is known to cause issues. And basically, the professor ended up in the tribe's village when they had the white egg, and he stole it. And then fled back to France with it. No one believed his stories. Everyone called it a hoax. And eventually he ended up with the egg. And as he got older, he began to regret his decisions. All character events are works of fiction, and any resemblance to real people, living or dead, are purely coincidence. Yep, that's the disclaimer. Yeah, catch into a demigod, magical girl, really squirrel. To end the world, really squirrel. When the professor came over in the 30s, he came with two companions. One was a law student who was originally from Amerzone, and the other was a priest looking to evangelize here in the Amerzone. The priests eventually broke off from the professor's mission to evangelize and ended up here in the temple. We actually just watched his passing after he was trying to help us and got shot. The law student led a revolt. He's from the area. He was a non-wealthy citizen. By sheer dumb luck, one of the wealthier citizens noticed his intelligence and sent him over to France to get educated. There, he determined it was in his best interest to rule. Basically, got the professor to lead him back here, or transport him back here, and then took over. Since then, it's been a dictatorship. So this was in 33 to 35 that the expedition took place. It is now 98. The professor, you are a reporter who went to the professor to get information on Amerzone for your magazine's column. It's your debut article, and if you do well, you'll get your press card approved and the magazine, blah, 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 blah. So you go to the professor, and the professor basically sends you on the mission to return the egg with his dying words. He's too old. His health has deteriorated. It's up to you, and you decide to do it. And so you're following in his steps. The first chapter is just getting what he refers to as the hydrofloat, which is this boat plane. Well, it's got a boat mode, it's got a plane mode, it's got a helicopter mode, it's got a sailboat mode, it's got a submarine mode. It's really cool, which is the whole reason I bought the game, was because I really wanted to play around with this craft. Which you kind of do. Are you a boy or a girl? Really, Squirrel? Okay, fair enough. Professor, are you a boy or a girl? Pokemon reference for those of you. But anyway, the Hydrofloat was a creation of the professors. And so you take that, you get it operational, you load the egg into it at the professor's lighthouse, and then leave for the Amerzone. Chapter 2, you land at Shipwreck Island, which is the place where the professor originally crashed with his first hydrofloat during the first expedition in 33. There you refuel, you get some information that was sent on ahead, just in case the professor didn't make it like he didn't. And you meet an old fisherman who was actually there when the professor was there. Who's just a grumpy old man, pretty much. After you go through that series of puzzles, you get the Hydrofloat to the Amerzone. The Amerzone has been completely locked down. The dictator is still the professor's friend, and basically they're going on about modernity, making it a modern nation. And to do that, they're oppressing the locals, and they were concerned that the professor would try and come back with the egg. So they locked down the border, and now you've snuck in. It'll work. That's the reason I got a new... Well, I need to set it up again. Nice. Yeah, Lily, but you don't stream because you... Yeah, never mind. It was meant for Raptor, fair enough. Lily gets distracted. She's got so many projects running at the same time that she just gets distracted. She could stream her projects. Anyway, Lily is an old friend. Yggdrasoft Gaming. Old friend? How long have we been friends? It's been like a year and a half, hasn't it, Lily, now that I think about it? Year and a half. Damn. Anyway. Hard to get back into it? That's only because you make it hard to get back into it. It's one button. Well, it's actually two. You open up the thing and then you hit start stream. This is Cosmeteer, yeah. I got ADHD and a artist. fair enough. I mean, in many ways, all streamers are artists. Our arts just vary. Whether we're creating it or how we're going about creating it. Are we creating it and then streaming it, or is streaming it the actual creation of the art? Anyway, we end up stopping after leaving the Shipwreck Island. We end up crossing the border and alerting the border because we go straight in between two watchtowers, ouch, at the border. And then we float down to this trading post where the pastor is, and the guards catch up to us. And so far the guards have killed the pastor, and we're trying to get the diskette, because this is on floppy disks that all the information we're covering comes from the professor. But we're trying to get the diskette so that the autopilot system in the hydrofloat will continue on because it's locked to make sure that the hydrofloat is only used for this purpose. It's more complicated than that. By the time I could stream, my brain is dead because of my situation. Fair. But anyway, so we're trying to get the diskette that the father had. September 18, 1935? I get hungry and then forget I had a stream, or go back to gaming and forget to stream, or because game is fun. Fair enough. I've reached the point where I just play video games, and if I'm playing video games, 1935, I might as well stream it. Is that it? Pooh. 1934? One, two, three, four. Nope, you're wrong, squirrel. Um. Says the angels point the way, but the angels seem to be pointing right here. Um. Hmm. Um. Things I can use. Ghost Village. So we're still looking for those, and we finished the Lost Love thing. Open the Bible. Gives a clue to the code that will open the chest. This in the Bible said something about the gaze of Jesus. There's a painting. Yeah, I looked at that. So is the gaze of Jesus the There's a sword. That's really cool. Where did it come from? Oh. The basement. Where did it come from, Cotton Eye Joy? Really? So, okay. So, 3, 4, 2... 3, 4, 2, 4? 6, 2, 6. 3, 4, 2, 6? Let's give that a shot. Here she goes again, proselytizing. 2, 6. Ha-ha! Carefully hidden by Father Coscos, but why? I know where this goes. I think I know where the sword goes, too. Lily's about to sell you something. No. I kid, I kid. Okay, maybe she is about to sell you something. I wasn't expecting you to quite go the sales route, but if you were gonna go the sales route, go right ahead, I guess. Well, yeah, that's safe. Let's put the sword point into the hallway. What do we got here? Departure from loading bay, blah. Arrival for unloading. Food aid. Loading origin, United States. Huh. Those dogs must have helped themselves while unloading at the airport. The supplies we were hoping for were put into train crates. They must be having their black market heyday by now. With the collapse of the railway bridge, we've lost our only source of provisions. Without the humanitarian aid, we won't hold out long enough to rebuild it. We have to face facts, Douglas. This is the end of Puebla. Fault me for being proud of my mod and accomplishments? Yeah, fair enough. You could just have phrased it differently. Searched NST. Brown rice. Provisions were stolen and crudely replaced with scrap metal. Damn. So they weighed the same. And no one would be the wiser. Till they arrived and were opened. Oh, it's the temple. Or not the temple, it's the... yeah, the grave. Okay. Well, now we gotta go back. I'd almost say you should wash your hand off, but I realize that the only place you can wash your hand off is in the river. And I saw an alligator in the river, and I'm not so sure that that's safe. I think I can just go up here. I don't have to go back all the way through the church. Oh, we have finished all of the local objectives. Sweet. That's a way out? That's how we got in originally. The sword was barring the door, so... Oh, there it is. I don't get it. I am confused, Lily. Oh. The Holy Choir ring? Dear David, you must be wondering what has motivated me to contact you after all these years of silence, so I will come straight out with it. I intend to return to the Amerzone to try and put right what I can. You will see that I have sent a backup diskette with this letter. It contains data that is essential for my trip, which I have sent to a number of trusted people like yourself in case something happens to the original diskettes. I beg you, in the name of our old friendship, please protect this diskette from Antonio and his lackeys until I get there. I look forward to seeing you again, your old friend. The wheels be turning, but they're not connected to anything this late at night. You say that, it's like 7:30. It's not that late. Airboat mode? Handy for continuing up the river. Yeah, especially now that I got fuel. So, before I leave, we've got all of the local done.
Bernardus, you there? Barrows, do you copy?
Any news from them?
No, ma'am. And they won't pick up the radio either. Maybe they left already.
Or maybe they haven't arrived yet. You never know with Bernardus, especially if he's found some cachaça along the way.
So what should we do, ma'am?
We wait for Bernardus and Barros to show up, and we keep our eyes open. The intruder may not be far.
Great. Also, dead cow. Good old Zippo. I love my Zippo too. My only complaint with the Zippo that I own is the fact that it goes through fuel whether you have it on or not. Though it does go through fuel slower, but it does mean that often with me, if you're not like me who doesn't smoke, if you don't use it that often, the next time you go to use it, it will be empty. I guess maybe I should double check over here just to make sure.
Of course. I would never do anything to betray your trust. Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
You need to refocus, Private.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess by sheer dumb luck, there's a lot of noise. You telling me to swim for it? I hope to God you're not telling me to swim for it.
Bernardus, Barros, this is Lieutenant Campos. Do you copy? I said, do you copy?
Ma'am? Do you think they went AWOL?
We can't know that for sure, but there's only one way to find out. Get back in the Jeep, Silva. We gotta get out there and find them.
But what about the intruder? What if he comes back?
Where's he gonna go? The river is rough. Come on.
That's lucky. Also, I do enjoy how they could have ended the game right here if they just put one round through the egg in the back of the boat. This is the hydrofloat. In sailboat mode. Privacy. Oh wait, I should actually fuel the tank up first because it's going to ask me to do that anyway. Hello, Mr. Eggy. Did you miss us? Yo. Okay. Oops, that's not what I want. Discard. Load. Airboat mode available. So I got plane, submarine, helicopter. Go away. Sailboat and airboat. We got the fuel, we got the egg, not required coordinates. Well, that's nice. So now I gotta manually form the airboat. That looks about right to me. Yep, there we go. Max speed, 3 knots. That is not an airboat. An airboat should have the propeller out of the water, right? Oh, it opened up the sides? Question mark? I would rather have those closed, I'm not gonna lie. There are snakes and spiders and bullets in them trees. Poo. Yeah. Very pretty. But alright, here we go. Oh. There appears to have been a bridge incident. There was a train on the bridge during the incident, too. That's unfortunate. It's actually really nearby. Rest recommended. Estimated time 3 hours. There was a 2D tree. Yeah, trees don't have a lot. I mean, they're 2D. Interesting. Actually, before I lay down, yes, there is a new radio message. Let's see what you have for us.
Lieutenant Campos, the intruder, he killed the old priest who lived at the fort. Then he attacked us. He must have blindsided me with some kind of Indian hoodoo. Varos is totally traumatized. The bastard has no pity. He took off. By the river, I'd say. Over.
Copy that, Bernardus. Come back to the base with Burrows. The intruder must be long gone by now. The jungle will take care of him for us. Over and out.
You lying bastard. Pardon my language, but damn. Yeah, I wouldn't lie here. I mean, I guess it's kind of like being inside a tin can. But, yeah. Trading post up the Amazone. I wouldn't lie down in a open, yeah, in, like, no. Not while it's open like this. Yeah, there's reason number one. There's reason number two. Clear the path. Amazonian Natural Nature Reserve. I know how they want me to do it. But I don't know if that's actually a wise decision now that I think about it. What do we got here? I'm curious. Yeah, we're basically out of fuel again. There are several points along the way where we could have reloaded. Oh, we kept the lid. Nice. Yep, and here's the rest of the diving suit. Huh? There appears to be something clickable on it, but maybe not. Appears we kept the diving suit. Oh. October 21, 1998? Question mark? Starting to lose track of time. The fatigue, the jet lag. I've slept twice since I left Bellenboss Lighthouse. Bellenboss's lighthouse. And a third time if you count being knocked out by that soldier. So I guess it must be about 3 days since I left France. If that's the case, I should have celebrated my birthday, probably during my nap between the Amazon Delta and Puebla. In some countries, that would officially make me an adult. I've never imagined I'd be celebrating it in an old ghost town. My brief stopover in this ghost town left a bitter taste in my mouth. A priest killed for having dared to help an outsider. Soldiers drowned in alcohol and regret. Natives forced to wear the uniforms of their oppressors to survive. Empty homes abandoned in haste. Inhabitants chased away by supply shortages and military aggression. Everywhere I look, I saw signs of resigned despair and perpetual muted violence. A hellish cycle that the dictatorship continuously encouraged. The Amazone that Vellenboss cherished is gone, and I can't help but regret not having seen this place in its full glory. It's hard to enjoy the view when it seems the entire country wants me dead. If the soldiers are to be believed, Alvarez is clearly afraid of the return of the white birds. Now that I've seen what his henchmen are capable of, I want more than ever to make that dictator's worst nightmares come true. To do so, it seems I only have to follow the river, straight to the heart of the Amazon. What do I have in my backpack? I still have the machete. At least there's that. Okay, well, this is a dumb idea, but here we go. Yeah. Thankfully, none of them charged this way. Fuel level critical. Great. Hydrofluor 2. Intermediate stop. Home of Louise Angel. Conditions not met to reach next step. Fuel and obstruction. Wilderness danger. Service of an experienced guide are strongly recommended. Good rats here. Damn! Talk about a paranoid bugger. Deviating from the route seems like a bad idea. Shows my next destination village where Valmbus stole the egg more than 70 years ago. Huh. Disease is consuming my last remaining strength. How ironic it is that I will die at a ripe old age, considering that everyone, myself included, thought the bottle would take me well before my 16th year. When I finish this letter, I'll feed my little friend, the sucker, one last time and sit on the riverbank to say goodbye before the Grim Reaper comes for me. Who knows, maybe he'll agree to sit down with me and have one last drink. And to you reading this page, I apologize in advance for the sight of my wretched corpse. If you would be so kind as to lay me in my final resting place, I have prepared everything for you outside. The grave is dug and the cross carved. If you decide not to do it, it is no matter. The crocodiles will take care of me. If you wish to raise a glass in my memory, please go ahead. But I'd appreciate it if you left this note here. My old friend Alex Derry will come by soon, and I have some things to say to him in the next few pages. Alexandria, in my dying moments, I cannot help but think of our short expedition into the Amazonian jungle. You were completely obsessed with those damn white birds. I often wondered if things would have turned out differently if I had never told you about them. The thought has kept me up at night more than once, believe me. And yet, despite all the pain you caused, I owe you. I owe you because I abandoned you to your fate in the middle of the jungle when I had given you the word that I would take you there, to the Ovo House village. You might not believe me, but those things are still important to me. That's why I've put aside some gas for your machine, as you requested in your letter. I heard your diskette as well. It's some distance from here, further up the river, where it all began for you and her. I won't say any more. Alvarez and his men are looking for you and lying in wait. But Xandri, your first expedition with Alvarez and the priest brought nothing but sadness and ruin, remember? How will this one be any different? That's what happens when 70 years go by. I personally would not play with any single insect I found in the rainforest. Who knows how many of them, though beautiful, could kill you? February 27, 1998, we lost contact with the 3rd Unit of the River Brigade from the Pueblo Garrison, led by Lieutenant blah blah blah. Unit 33 became stranded in the region following a distress call from a ship stuck in a wide stretch of the Amazonian River. Any information leading to the location and his 7 men will be rewarded with a sum up to 5,000 US dollars. These men are considered deserters. Experienced guide, boats, good rats. My dear Lewis, as mentioned in my previous letter, in this parcel you'll find the Hydrofloat's backup diskette. If everything goes to plan, I should arrive in the Amazon in a few months' time. Please hide the diskette. In the meantime, I don't rate our chances if Alvarez's henchmen get their hands on it. Thank you again for agreeing to help. Take care. I saw her again tonight, as if in a dream. He's seeing her as well. To repay my debt, Alexander. But maybe this time it'll be you who turns back. It's been consistently filled. The funds I obtained for my thesis have enabled me to realize my dream. I'm off on a long journey across Latin America. My primary research on the symbol of the serpent in the mythologies of this great continent is dense. Many populations have occupied the lands and built legends that have been passed down through the centuries. Notwithstanding this diversity, there is one constant to be noted. The serpent is at the center of all the beliefs and cosmologies. One of the most important deities of the Toltec and Aztec pantheon is Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, also found in Mayan mythology under the name Kukulkan. It is often depicted as a god with the body of a serpent, covered in the green feathers of a bird, representing the union of heaven and earth. Other divine figures are related to the serpent. The Aztec goddess Quetzalcoatl, the serpent woman, goddess of the earth hearth, protector of pregnant women, goddess of childbirth, and patroness of women who have died in childbirth. Another is... Alright, I'm done trying to pronounce the Aztecian names. Coatzacoalcos. Alright, maybe I'm not done. The Aztec goddess with a skirt of snakes, representing the earth in all its terrifying glory. The earth that covers us upon our death, that swallows the sun every night. Tezcatlipoca. The Aztec patroness of midwives, often depicted with a serpent and a centipede intertwined to her right, a symbol of fertility. And for the feathered snake, the Maya had the vision serpent, which was a central deity. It linked the physical world and the spirit world. Its body, the very image of the celestial vault that the gods traveled to descend to Earth. The Tucano of Colombia associated land snakes, particularly the boa constrictor, with masculinity and aggressiveness, but also with dancing and the euphoria that it induces. In contrast, aquatic snakes, such as the anaconda, represented femininity, the maternal womb, and everything associated with its destructive potential. For the Tucano, the Milky Way was the meeting of two serpents, the boa and the anaconda, the light and the dark. In many mythologies, the serpent is the creator of the universe. The serpent god Quetzalcoatl made the earth and sky from the body of the monster Tlalatacutl? I don't know. In Peruvian cosmology, the great serpent Illapa liberated the world from darkness, and Amana, the serpent goddess, gave birth to everything in the universe. Going even further, the earth itself is often regarded as a huge serpent whose coils are the mountains and hills, and who holds the seas and lakes in the curves of its body. The serpent is both the creator of the world and the one who holds it in place. It may also be considered the guardian of time. The serpent which lives, dies, and revives at regular intervals is an immortal, immutable figure. Among the many symbols surrounding the serpent, feminine fertility is one of the most common. Goddess of the pregnant women and childbirth, protector of midwives, dedicated together with an intertwined snake and centipede, the anaconda, which symbolizes the maternal womb. Many of these serpent deities are in fact goddesses, mothers of the earth, water, or sun. But the serpent is also seen as a destructive force. The sleeping serpent could inflict a deadly bite any second. While Quetzalcoatl and the other serpent deities are the creators of the various worlds, they are also their destroyers. And who's to say our world wouldn't disappear at any moment during one of the terrible battles between the gods? In Machu Picchu and Chilate mythology, Puchen is a metaphoric creature feared by local populations. He was often described as a huge flying serpent that made strange whistling noises. His gaze paralyzed his victims so he could drain their blood. He was often accused of sucking the blood of sheep. The creature could be exorcised by a Mapuche shaman. Furthermore, in Chilate mythology, the genesis of the Chilean archipelago was explained by the terrible battle between two gods in the form of a giant sea serpents. Kaya Vilu and Ten Vilu, representing water and earth respectively. Ouch. Fascinating. Really, you're gonna let me read that long ass thing, and then you're not gonna let me read that. Okay. US dollars. They've been used in Amerzone ever since the free trade agreement was signed. Mr. Angel, following up on your previous letter, we wanted to express our deepest dissatisfaction, such as last-minute reversal on your part struck us as quite inconsiderate. We invested considerable resources in planning this safari in the heart of the Amazon, if only to obtain a visa in the context of border closure, and we were looking forward to tracking the famous rhinopotamus alongside a distinguished descendant of the Ulavolus tradition like yourself. We pride ourselves on having hunted all of the rare game the 5 continents have to offer, while adopting indigenous techniques whenever appropriate. Your commitment to introducing us to the blowpipe hunting method, typical of your ancestors, had a significant impact on our planning, which is now rendered obsolete. We take note of this. What other choice do we have? And we will proceed without you on this safari. Needless to say, we will not be recommending your services, and we expect the reimbursement of our generous deposit at your early convenience. This guy was busy. Oh yeah, this is the note. So someone has been here. What the heck are you? Fuzzy frog? Louise and Gel. So we gotta find a way of getting the tongs to pull the pin. We got the fuel. Gotta get those tongs. Oh. A frog. Really? I mean, I guess I can't complain too much. I now have a tongue shooter. You know, Spider-Man has a web shooter, I have a tongue shooter. Really? Thanks, little buddy. And here I was hoping for a companion. Used for loosening small items. Like teeth. No, I'm kidding. Actually, you could use it for teeth. Often the blacksmith was also the dentist. Because they had all the same tools. Just like how the woodworker was also the surgeon. Because they had the same tools. Knives and saws. It's a happy thought, ain't it?
Seek fluid intake.
Thank you very much. Oh, where are we? Did I not get everything? Apparently I didn't get everything. You know, the more I deal with this, the more this seems like a one-way trip. I didn't look that close up at the gravesite, so I'm going to, real quick, before we head out, look around here. Hey, Raptor. Why the screen? What did I miss? I guess it's just a faster way. Would this... Weird? Yeah, because this takes you all the way up to the top. Yeah, this only takes you part way down. Got my charger, so I had to pick up... I had to go back to get it. Fair enough. That is a scream. It's also unfortunate. Well, I can't seem to find anything more. So this is just the Amazon River? I'm assuming we're still going through it. Okay, that was fun. Fend off the tricorn buffalo. Hippo, yep. Well, tricorn buffalo apparently, question mark? Yeah. It's actually kind of a creepy little thing. Okay, so it's not full. So they do actually, like, have it. What button am I looking for? That's the button I'm looking for. Sounds like the bird is on the boat. Someone sounds like she's out of her element. Well. Only one thing for it. Oh shit. Engine damaged. Yeah, that would be what that was. We're lucky that the engine was damaged and the ship didn't sink. Ew. So, what are we doing now? Go up, use the river using the grappling. Well, the grappling hasn't been allowed yet, so I don't know what to tell you. Yep. Thank you. Whoever designed this thing should be shot. Oh wait, it was the professor. That didn't end well. Respool the grapple. I'm assuming I cannot do it. Lady Albridge. Actually, before I do this, also the sails should not be down like that. Real quick. Oh, the radio is still black. So there's the hut. So this is stuff in a crafting process. Oh. Blow darts? Yeah. I warned you, if a guy comes and asks you to guide him on the wild side of the river, you say no, you don't have a license. Stop acting as a guide. Next time I see you at it, I'll arrest you for racketeering. Handmade probably by the Ovo Vallejos tribe. Just need to insert a dart. Nice and straight, but not very balanced. Naturally pointy. Handle for grinding and mixing. Contains traces of dry liquid. Looks like it's designed to collect something, just need to figure out what. I mean, I guess I should probably just follow the river? Like I'm supposed to? Alright. Very sticky. There's an axe here. I want to axe them a question. Please, let me axe them. Probably should follow the rope. Rhinoceros. I think we're gonna have to dart him. The professor was gonna do this at the age of what? 80? 90? Hell no. I'm almost dead a couple of times over. Also, repeat blackout is not good. Skin is very tough, but its flesh inside is surprisingly soft. I hear you, little puppy. I think I'm gonna have to go get the buff and stuff. I suppose it might be time for a Mac attack anyway. I will go get the Macker. I'll be right back. And then I'll probably have to take the Macker out. So I will be right back. We'll have a Mac attack, and then I will take the Macker out. And then I will be back, and we will continue the game after that. So, one moment. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Mac. Yes, this here is Macker. Mac and cheese, Mac truck, Macintosh. Though I will say, when I originally was writing his name, the quote from my mother is, "We are not naming him after a computer." So he has been in his kennel because he has been deciding to scratch at leather furniture. Junior Mac? Wouldn't it be Mac Junior? Hi, puppy. Yeah, your eyes are under there somewhere. Potato, tomato. Fair enough. But anyway, so yes, this is the Fluffy. My fluffy buddy. My fuzzy buddy? Meh, same thing. So yeah. I'm gonna have to take care of him. Because I think he has to go out. Which unfortunately is a bit of a long process. Just with him in general and the fact that I'm in an apartment building and all that fun stuff. So we're gonna take a relatively long break. I'm gonna run some ads. And then I will be back. I do apologize for this long break. But, being a parent requires one to work. Where are you going? Huh? You nut. Oh, fuzzy buddy. At least you got a place to sleep. Do you not right now, Baruch? Are you out on campaign, buddy? Yeah, I do have a place to sleep, which is nice. Yep, fun. Yeah, I'm an indoors critter. As much as I look like the great outdoorsman, and I like portraying myself as the great outdoorsman, in many ways I am a dwarf. And underground is an environmentally controlled, what is the word I'm looking for? Environment. There we go. So, I guess in many ways I personify my Dwarven. The Russians are your dance partner again? Well, I hope you're leading. Following is never a good sign in that kind of dance. Oh, buddy. Good luck out there. Stay safe. Well, anyway, I'm gonna go take care of him. Rock and Stone? Yes, Rock and Stone. Been fun so far? It been fun so far? Well, that's good? Question mark. So, I'm going to take care of him, and then I'll be right back. So, thank you guys for joining me. I hope you're having fun with the game, and hopefully we'll see you all on the other side. So first, I don't remember if I actually sent you guys to commercial break. Second, sorry about that. I ran into one of the most chattiest individuals I have ever met. And by chattiest, I mean he literally walked across the street to start a conversation with me. I did? Okay, good. I'm walking my dog and he goes, "Hey, isn't the weather funny? It's the smoke from up north in Canada." And then he starts talking about astrophotography and storm chasing. And I'm like, uh-huh. And where do I live, what room, so he knows where my dog's barking from, and trying to figure out that. And I just wasn't expecting it at all. Kind of funny. So, we're back. Thank you guys for putting up with that, and yeah, we're back into it. Seemed like the nicest guy in the world, but definitely wasn't expecting to have a conversation like that. Sounds like you had fun. It was interesting. He talked as if we'd talked before, which made it a little hard to figure out. Because he was like, yeah, when I post this stuff, and, I've been doing this for 20 years, and I'm like, what have you been doing for 20 years? But he seemed like a nice guy. And I mean, I'm all for talking to people. The only real problem is that he picked a spot to talk, and Mac found something interesting, so... Oh. You, good sir, seem to be having a relatively good nap. Hi, puppy. What's this game about? You are a journalist who, well, you're I don't know, a fresh out of school journalist trying to get their credentials. And to get their credentials, the magazine you're trying to work for sent you to talk to a professor. The professor, they're doing an article on the Amerzone, which is their version of the Amazon. And the professor this is a quick synopsis. I'm not going to go through the whole long thing unless you want me to. But the professor did a expedition to the Amerzone in the 30s, and this is 1998. You show up at the professor's house. The professor's going on and on about returning something to the Amerzone, and then dies. Leaving behind some letters to you if you want to carry on his journey, to fulfill his final wish. Turns out that in the 30s, he ended up, after some misfortune and some other things, ended up in an Aborigines village where they were taking care of a giant egg. And I mean, the egg is max size, maybe a little bigger. And the giant egg holds the next generation of what is called the Great White Bird. Not just the company, but the forest? Maybe? I don't quite know what you mean by that, Baruch. But anyway. It turns out he took the egg from the Aborigines, and it's the one egg, and from this whole one egg, the whole next generation of these great white birds are supposed to spawn. And he brought it back to France, and there he was basically destroyed scientifically. And he ended up with the egg after turning it over to the museum. It was returned to him after they destroyed him scientifically. It looks like the church may have played a hand in the destruction. And he was wrapped with guilt. The Amazone fell into decay after he left, after his expedition. One of his friends that went with him on the expedition led a revolt in the Amazone and became a dictator. The other ones who stayed behind, there was 3 of them in the expedition, was there just solely to preach, and stayed behind to preach and save the native souls. And so the professor, as his dying wish, wants you to return the egg. And he created this craft called the Hydrofloat for you to do that with. And so it's been our journey from we had to load the egg and get the Hydrofloat finished, ready, and take off from France, or from the tip of France, Britannia. Then we flew to Shipwreck Island outside of the Amazon, where we had to get fuel and a couple of other things. Then from there we went to meet the pastor, who had some more resources for us to continue on our journey. There we met the soldiers of the dictator. Turns out the dictator wanted to modernize the country and thus cracked down on all the aborigines and stuff. And in doing so, was afraid that the professor would come back with the white egg, and decided to basically lock down the border. So the soldiers show up to arrest you. They end up killing the pastor, the father. I guess he's technically a father because he's Catholic, I assume. And you end up escaping, and now we're further down the Amerzone River. It was being out the company, but the forest is called Amerzone. It's not called Amazon. It is not called the Amazon. It is called the Amerzone. Amerzone. Now, it's the Amazon, but there's a reason that I'm calling it the Amerzone. Calls it a Bolu. And so we're doing our best. And it's a puzzle game. So, trying to make a joke but failed. Fair enough, I'm fairly dense when it comes to those kinds of things. Can I help you, little one? Now he is all riled up. This is a full-blown Mac attack. I mean, this isn't just a I'm gonna nab you Mac attack. This is a Mac is attack. Yes, we're having a Mac attack. Aha! I have captured the Mac! Hello, Mac. Alright, up here. I love how the creature is snoring. Such a nice touch. Oh, this is the backside of the hut. Mac is Mac at you? Yes. Well, old and valuable, the letter A is engraved on it. Signet ring. L.A. Louise and Joe's cabin. He must have come here a lot. Complete half of the investigations. Soldier Travis. So it looks like. Oh, do we need? Okay. Pestle. Oh, do you need the sticky sap? Dense and malleable. Huh? Low pipe, spike, cotton, okay. Cotton, spike, cotton, okay. Very straight and balanced. I should be able to make this into a tranquilizer dart. Now dip the dart? Powerful enough to momentarily knock out a target. Ready to use. Buddy, you gotta stop. That's what ended up with you in the kennel. No idea what to do with you, dog. You gotta stop. You're about to end up back in your kennel, little one. I love you dearly, but you can't be doing this. Continue upriver with the help of the grappling. Just gotta make sure there's nothing more I can do with this sailboat. guess not. Is this really the best way to get up the river? Okay. Oh, I missed him. Worn by Amazonian officers. Hey Travis, the owner of the cap and the bones next to it? Double murder. Hey bud. Hellbridge. What is that? That's a thing. We tried that already. Maybe I can get over that with the grappling. This thing seriously have a wood hull. Why is there a puppy butt in my face? Puppy. Yeah, I love you too, but did you get down? What's down this way? Not gonna happen, got it. You gotta stop. Do I not have the whatever I need to deal with this? You need to stop, dog. So I need the honey to get over there. But I need some way to get the honey. I'm wondering if I don't have the tool I need. You can't be doing this, dog. We've had this conversation several times, buddy. This is the problem with a puppy. I think I'm gonna just have to abandon this, whatever it is. Must have missed something along the way. You're gonna end up in your kennel at this rate, dog. This is exactly what ended you up in the kennel in the first place. Anyone in chat got any ideas? Can you make smoke? Like, that's the thing. Is that I cause It doesn't seem like I can. I got a blowpipe, I've got a machete, and I've got my presser. Based on what I'm seeing, I need that chunk of honey to throw down here. I can move on. Maybe that's what we do and see what moving on does. Or at least there's more I can interact with back here, I guess I should say. I just don't know if we can come back this way. Because, yeah, they're eating honey, it looks like. Fishing and eating honey. And I can... hook onto that guy. Oh. Alright. We need to stop, dog. Distract them. Oh, so this is where the noise is coming from. Now I know how we're supposed to get it. You've been eating my nut. You've been eating the nuts. Nutty dog. Why the box now, dog? It's a box of pencils, buddy. That's all it is. They say fresh flow on them, and they're about 50 to 100 years old. Well, they're not 100 years old. No, they're not 100 years old. Probably a bunch. Does this have a date on it? 1997? 1977. 1977. That sounds about right. So that would be 87, 97, 2007. Almost 50 years. Damn. I was kind of joking with that 50-year comment, but you know? I feel like gladiator music should be playing. No. Dipping with honey, yum. This is not how this works, puppy. This is not how it works. I apologize, everyone, for the noise. The dog has gotten bored. And I can't really give him anything as long as he's barking, because that'll encourage him to bark. And I cannot have, I can't have that. I can't have it because he's in an apartment complex, and B, I just won't have, I won't have it. So, it's frustrating for you, it's frustrating for me, and I'm sure it's frustrating for my neighbors, but I can't do anything to stop it, really. I'm about to evict you. You're about to end up in your kennel, dog. That's the only option we have left, little one. I'd love to have you out here with me and spending time and, you know, cuddling, but if you're just going to bark at me from the ottoman, I can't have that. A, like I was explaining, because of the neighbors, and B, because I am working. Okay? I love you, buddy. I really do. Good quiet. Stick them in your mouth. Learns the noisy things get ate. Wow. Thanks, squirrel. Your dog rearing techniques are a thing to behold. You're not wrong. Take your word for it. This is not how I want to get around on something that floats. Oh, hey buddy. This is a great way to end up with something that doesn't float. And this, as far as I know, is my only way home. Oh shit. So much for going home? That was chapter 4. Okay. Well, we didn't finish all of the investigations, unfortunately. Beautiful. Not where I want to be, but beautiful. You're docking. Hydrofloats seem to be one-way trips. Insert another disc.
Smaska. Locolo. Pico.
So the engine is busted. The grappling is busted. It's requiring a diskette. And I'm stuck in the middle... Oh! Of the rainforest. Oh, great. The ritual.
Manca. Loculo. Chico. Manca. Loculo. Chico.
You got it all wrong. What are you saying, Squirrel? Well, those healed. The initiate must first find the coveted crop in a tree whose leafy top is taller than its village brethren. But how do you harvest it without wings or feathers? And how do you open it without a sharp beak? Ah, indeed, it must be bleak, without the tools of an alligator toucan to harvest this precious sweet solution. So the day the Earth stood still? Ah, damn, that's an old movie. The initiate will find this writing being near one of the swinging openings. And while as a dish it may not be adored, at least it can be conveniently stored. Army of Darkness made a reference to it. What is Army of Darkness? The initiate seeking to gather the thousand-headed herb will be blinded by the memory of the messenger. What to do with all these possibilities, but refer to the one who brought about this misery. Isn't Army of Darkness like a band? Decorations for the old Boris egg ritual, perhaps? They still carry a strong odor. Okay, so we're not making omelets. Maybe this must have been the room Valbus stayed in during his time here. Starts with Evil Deed, where he finds the Necronomicon in the cabin, then leads to the Army of Darkness, where he gets sent back in time to fight hordes of undead. Campy action flick. My love, when you find this letter, I will already be gone. I have taken the egg of the white birds with me. It is my duty to report every discovery to my community. I will be able to become a recognized zoologist. Tell your tribe that the egg is in good hands. I will come back soon to see you. I'll never forget you. A litany of empty words and hollow excuses, apparently hastily written by Balabus long ago. Spending more than a cursory glance on them is almost physically painful. What do you want? Adapted the technology of the Falls Ascension mechanism, applying it to design new machinery that eased their burdens by automating the tedious tasks, such as shelling wildflowers and crushing fruit. The preliminary plans they presented me are already fully operational and close to completion. Time to roll up our sleeves. You need to stop, dog. Note from Jill. Here's your diskette, as promised. You'll have seen for yourself the village that welcomed you so warmly is now just a distant memory. Your friend Alvarez has destroyed everything that once made the Amazon so beautiful. With this, I consider my debt to you repaid. Set of plans which seem to show a mechanism designed for ascending this Amazon Falls. Looks like some sort of folding footbridge between two docks. Draft plans for a mechanism to connect the upper and lower Amazon Falls to the village below. Sketches for a lock driven by the river. Crank boat mode. Oh, so I get to do the rest of this journey by hand. One moment. I turn to face him and he takes off into the other room. This is full blown, like, oh my goodness, there's a puppy here on the loose. Too much energy. Too much energy. Do you have a toy I can throw for you? I'm sure they would love to watch you play catch. You fell off. Can you tell he might do this a lot? Well, come on, bring it here. Whoa! Yeah, we're having a Mac attack. I love how he just flings himself around the corners. No regard for his own safety or what he's going to land on. Just, whee, we're going. Puppy overboard. Nice catch, buddy. Alright, hopefully that'll calm him down for a little while. I highly doubt it. But I tried. This is a problem with dogs. You can wear them out, but it only lasts a good 10, 15 minutes, maybe. Maybe a half hour if you really work at it. If you want to wear a dog out completely for the rest of the day, you need to do something like let him run free in his favorite environment. I mean, or traumatize him, I guess, in some way, shape, or form, but that I don't really recommend. Ugh. No, that's my hand. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No bite. No bite. No bite. Puppy. Puppy paw. Puppy paw. Puppy, puppy, puppy paw. Oh. Does that feel good? Does that feel good? You're falling over, buddy. Not. Okay. Well, what you doing, huh? Yeah, you're a puppy. Okay, we're gonna get back at it, bud. Back to my ugly mug. An administrative order in an ominously official tone. Ignore the convoluted technocratic language, and the message is tragically simple. The Elvaran regime has given the lands belonging to the Vallejos village to a cartel of companies from the capital. They are giving the tribe only a few weeks to leave before the deforestation begins. It is also accompanied by a civil status form whose header reminds the tribe members of the deadline to choose a new surname for the official list now delivered to the current regime's calendar. Damn. So they purify it. One, two, three. Well, might as well keep going. Oh. Crusher. So I need to bring stuff back. The Liberator. Legible date. Shamefully betrayed. Always in our hearts. Guy has a gun. Another machine. To the occupants, Volos, by order, government, alternative accommodations will be offered to every honest work in tribute to our nation's great march towards progress. 19th, any occupation of the land will be considered illegal and subject to the penalty of the decision of the Supreme Guide. Is fine. Glory to Amazon, glory to President Alvarez. Great. This is the spider. Cockroach of the Locolo subspecies, according to the travel journals. Died recently. There are no natives, there are no men and women, there are only Amazonian citizens. Give your life meaning, join the march of progress. The National Army needs you. Great. Drink the Kool-Aid while you're at it. I need to get that to spin. 110%. This is where we started? No, this is another machine. Hey, Miniomi, how you doing, buddy? I'm gonna wait to start pulling levers until after I know what stuff does. Sheller. Good, how about you? I'm doing okay. What do we got here? Damn. Here, love this game. Have you played the Siberia series? No, I have not. Though I did notice that they're in the process of doing a remake of it. Snatcher42, welcome, buddy. Boink. Yeah. Siberia? I was not familiar with any of this until this game, and the only reason I picked up this game was because I was interested in the Hydrofloat. It looked like a cool vehicle, so I picked up the game for the vehicle. But I have added Siberia to my wish list. Yeah, I did buy Valhalla. We'll be playing that too one of these days. I'm looking forward to it. It's supposed to come out 2025, so hopefully we can play it soon. One of the best visual novels I ever played. The what, Valhalla? You mean? They take place in the same universe and are all great. Well, mostly. Siberia 3 is rough. That's too bad. Maybe the remaster will smooth out 3. I don't know. Is this all of them? On the first Siberia game. I might have to pick up some of these better. For now, just part 1. Hopefully it sells and they do the rest. That would be nice. I might have to go back. If they're already out, then I might have to go look at them. Because it looks interesting. I like the diesel steampunk-ish type style of this game. So. Why, puppy, do you insist on getting into stuff you're not supposed to be? Now all of a sudden I have your attention. Because I have a bone. Yes. Go lay down. Have you checked Coffee Talk game? What's his name? Since you bought Val 11 Hollow? No. This was recommended to me a couple of days ago by my roommate from college. We were talking. He's like, "Oh yeah, one of my friends pointed me out this game. You should check it out." Okay. So, no, I don't. Oh, I don't know. Oh, that's right. We didn't read the journal entry. Tales of the River Ferocity were no exaggeration. Navigating its currents would surely have cost me my life had it not the Hydrofloat been equipped with such a sturdy grappling hook. Not sturdy enough, however, to withstand a head-on collision. Valeos's itinerary led me to the cabin of the late Louis Angel, his guide from the 1930s expedition. A hermit of partially indigenous origin, Angel devoted his life to this untamed jungle, the very nature of which serves as a delightful provocation to Alvarez's regime, and which he understands in a way that dictator never will, nor intrudes like Vallejos's and myself. Should send you Ellen so you can be confused like the rest of us. If you send it, I'll play it. I do know how to play Ellen since I play Alona, but can be confusing for sure. But I now understand the fascination this region of the Amazone held for the professor. Its fauna is like no other. I can never have imagined encountering creatures like the Procopomus, the wasp butterflies, or the Petrosaurus. And how could I not mention the tricorn buffaloes that destroyed the Hydrofloat's engine, or the pool or rhinopotamus. The poor rhinopotamus I had to put to sleep to retrieve the grappling. Not to mention my best friend for an afternoon, the companionable suckers. Hammer alchemy is eldritch knowledge. What? As the hydrofloat drifts me towards, or so it claims, the Amerzone falls, I realize how fortunate I have been to experience these encounters, to traverse this region, and to emerge unscathed. But I am not fooled. This privilege comes at a price. Even with the best intentions, my journey up the river has disturbed the fragile balance of the local ecosystem. I just hope that the success of the mission Velavos entrusted to me will be worth it. Alchemy is something else. There's alchemy and hammer alchemy. Good to know. Yeah, I missed some stuff. Poo. Mac! You need to stop. Alright, I'll be right back. I think I know what's going on. I think it'll take me a second. Bud? That concerns me. Okay, hopefully that'll stop him. Alright, I need... Nope, that was not the button I wanted. I assume I need one of these. Oh, that's not what I want. This is what I want. This cave near the village looks like it leads to an unexpected area. I might find...
Chico. Chico.
So what is Chico? Harvest some Chico. Several plants arranged in this table. This could help me find Chico. Chico, green leaves along its stem and clusters of green seeds at the top. I should have read his journal. Seeds enclosed in an incredibly strong pod. There's no way to break into this by hand. Typical Amazonian herb mentioned it in his travel journal. Puppy, I love you. There are times. So, I guess I should ask. Give me my mouse. Snatcher, if you're still here, do you recommend for the Siberia series? Do you recommend I play the games now, or do you think I should wait until the remaster comes out? It seems like there are some differences. So, what did you get? Nut. Nutty puppy. Is there anything in this cage? No, okay. Is there anything I can do about lowering this bridge right now, or... It's a device and a half. So I go there, or there. Hmm. This looks familiar. Shell is very thick, too thick for my machete. The fruit needs to be broken apart. Falls on the head, dies, the game ends. I mean, yeah. Coconuts kill a lot of people, apparently. Food that resembles a coconut travel journal. Reactivate village machinery. Oh, gee, thanks. I'm having, like, eyesight head issues already. Can we not add to them? That's cool. Had this tech, why do they live like tribes? From what I can understand or tell, this tech was created by the professor 70 years ago. When the professor came here, he and the tribes came up with the tech themselves. And or shortly thereafter, the new regime came in and kicked them out. So they didn't have a lot of time to play with it. Map. On a map of the Amazonian Falls, with this you are instantly travel to different areas. What do we got here? Chief, I understand the presidency's relocation regarding this route through the marshlands. Reluctance to the marshlands. Preferring to a safer detour instead. However, as I mentioned earlier, there is nothing to fear here. All the Indians from the village, whether terrorists or not, have long since died or left. Therefore, in case you manage to convince our supreme guide to use this shortcut, here is the relevant information I've gathered from the old Indian village to operate the waterfall mechanism, ascension mechanism. The basics of their hydraulic technology were apparently passed down by a foreign explorer long ago. The tribe completely adopted and enhanced it in a rather impressive manner, I must admit. On the following page, you will find the main steps that I believe, after a quick analysis, would be necessary if you needed to raise the falls for the presidential shuttle. Based on the mechanism connecting to the engine, in this case, as strange as it may seem, I have a feeling that this particular totem in the center of the village, which itself must be able to restart somehow. Connection between this totem and the mechanism seems to be passable in the wharf. Besides the village, the elevator cabin. Well, the mechanism goes up and down thanks to the counterweight system, simply a container to be filled with water. To access the cabin, you need to find this counterweight on the upper floor of the wooden structure, wedge it there, and fill it with water again. Once the presidential shuttle is positioned in the elevator, nearby levers to release the counterweight and raise the cabin. So I think now I can fill the counterweight. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. But it looks like we've got... Considering the lights have been on for God knows how long while I was passed out, it's a miracle the battery's not dead. Yeah, I see you, Mr. Snake. We'll talk later. Okay, it's not spinning this far. So I think I need to disengage it up top so that it goes up and then re-engage it and fill it to lift. Of course, I can't do any of that until I get the egg ready to be laid to rest, transport. I don't know. So that's ready. Cool. Whoops. Viva la power. Fragile and delicate, has almost no smell. Viva la power. Ow. Thick, smelly fruit. Fruity. Smells fruity. Thick, smells fruity. Where is this where the egg is? No. Put the seeds in. Put the juice in. Put the bug in. Green ooze? No, I don't think we're gonna drink green. I don't think we're going to drink green ooze. So based on the fact that they had that all set up to smash a bunch of that, they must use it for other things than the egg. Be nice if I could. Well. Just another way around. Crankboat. Use command on the dashboard to convert the The wooden elevator, use the elevator. I'm a little worried about getting home. Well, I don't know where else to look for stuff, so we might as well keep going up. That is not the ideal place to operate that from, I don't think. Although I guess there could be gearboxes and stuff in it that make it easier. I want to know how they expect me to fight a waterfall when I get to the surface, or get to the elevation. Right in the goose. Bye bye, little bird. Yeah, except for that's kind of a big little bird. Can't eat so little. You can eat a lot of things. Rest recommended. 3 hours by this cable line? Also, that's one hell of a battery. To be running the lights, the heater for this thing, and the computer. I know, ours is not the reason why. It's a video game. Swamps. Finish chapter 5. Ow. Oh. Oh, continue. I was wondering how this was still working. The answer, just barely. Oh, great. You don't want to be here, dude. In a swamp. Oh, great. Well, that trip ain't going back. Well, the whole reason I bought the game is dead, so goodbye. No, I'm kidding. Helicopter. Okay, so we put all of the spares in there.
Central Command to Presidential Shuttle. I repeat, Central Command to Presidential Shuttle. This is Major General Pereira. We haven't had a sitrep in hours. Is the President at the temple? Do you copy? Presidential Shuttle. Is the President at the...
So it looks like ancient statue's been added to the inventory. Ground control to Major Tom? Yeah, getting that vibe. I'm inclined to put this thing back on. This kind of seems to be the end of the line either way. Not ominous at all. I just thought I heard a bell. This is about the only, for lack of a better term, safe-ish place to be in a swamp like this. With loyal craftsmanship, the young candidates for the egg ritual must have used it to store supplies. Seems I can thread it around to tighten it. There we go. Soft fabric which seems strong enough to resist quite a lot of strain. I think I recognize the traditional style of the obelisk. This looks like a kind of illustration guiding to how the tribe prepared the bodies of their dead before entrusting them to the marsh. Oh, great. We're in a burial ground. Oh, great. You want me to go up that? Yeah, I'm good. This is how we get malaria. Oh, reminds me of coffee grounds. Probably just my need for coffee talking. Some extremely precise drawings of local plants. The naturalist approach reminds me of the drawings done by Amerose's journal. Apparently, all of the plants share a common trait of growing near the cabin. Drawings depicting ingredients of concocted mosquito repellent. Hold on. Out of choco oil restock. I love you, Rupin. Ferry rope replaced. All else is an unreadable. Courage, my brothers. This dizzying array of messages resembles a guest book. Dozens, perhaps hundreds of messages follow one another page after page, the last evidence of the countless candidates of the Ovo Valejas egg right passing through here. Their collective prose making regular mention of the provincial figure, the All. The superficial reading of the document might suggest that this is an entire entity from folklore or a magical, polymorphic, and benevolent being who supports young Ovo Velojas on their quest by providing basic infrastructure, shelters like this cabin, and even provisions. Closer reading reveals that in reality the All is right here, recorded between the pages, emanating from every message of support, every small gesture of kindness and solidarity that the ritual candidates perform for each other. In spite of their exhaustion, hunger, and sometimes illness, thinking of those who would follow them in this trial. Although the last entry was clearly written many years ago, the document seems to have been consulted recently, like a bedside book. Well, we've got more ingredients to find. Not exactly fresh. Let's hope it hasn't turned rancid. Seems to be derived from the same seeds I used in the village of the white egg. Was it made using the hives I saw in the cave of the Obos village? World's oldest lighter. Is everything you'd want a spoon to do, which isn't a bad start for these marshes. Seems to have been used in the preparation of many concoctions. Covered in a fine film that sticks to the skin. That's not good. Trying a recipe for anti-venom ointment. It appears to have been handled recently. Ingredients necessary for concocting a soothing balm are depicted here. Appears to be a calming herbal tea. Interesting. Flower gives us a strong lemony aroma. Alright, well. Oh, there's a lever here. Most unbearable smell. Damn, the press card burns well. it's this way. Yep, it's this way. Behold the stench. You know, I'd be inclined to use that before DEET. DEET is one of the main chemicals used, or was one of the main chemicals used in bug repellents such as OFF. And oh my goodness, is that stuff potent. And nasty. I've watched DEET remove the lettering off of shirts before. Apparently, it'll also eat right through tent material. Here I am at last, the trial of the web-footed giraffes. To be honest, I didn't think I would survive this long. We hear a lot of things in the village about the marshes, but nothing could have prepared me for what I've endured since I began the Agarite. I'm not complaining, though. These makeshift setups, the huts, the provisions, invisible as it may be, I have felt the benevolent presence of the all throughout my journey. I'm glad I kept the bracelet my mother made me. I laughed when she said it would protect me. I regret doing that, for she was right. If I survive the rite, I will apologize. I will never mock her again. But I still need to be able to summon the giraffes to reach the Temple of Flight. What a fool I was to leave the bag in the cabin when I rested along the way. So you are the one who left us the bag. Well, here goes nothing. Ah. Okay. The totems show the way. But which totem is the correct one? Middle, middle. Middle, middle, middle? Alright, what was this one? Middle, left, right. middle, left, right. Okay. Looks like only one works. I was assuming that they all summoned something. Be it different somethings. But I think this is the one we need. Right, left, middle? Looks to be correct. Right, left, middle. Huh. So either I'm reading these wrong, which is entirely possible. I don't understand. I think, shouldn't this be left to right, left, middle? Oh. Okay. So, top one. So, middle, left, right. Middle. Actually, that one was right. Left, right. Oh shit. Well, that ain't creepy. Middle, 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 middle. Looks like middle, 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 middle. Well, let's just do the one we're supposed to, I guess. Left, right, middle, bottom? Left. Nope, that's not left. Pooh. Do. Well, right, left, middle, bottom. Yep, I kind of thought I mixed them up after looking at them. Fortunately, I can't screw up middle. These are cool creatures. Cross the marsh on the back of the web-footed giraffe. So kind of like a plesiosaur or a turtle. Judging by the way they are, though, it would appear they have abilities to walk on land, or at least traverse land a little. Like, I would assume like a turtle. Just without the hard shell. Okay, the vultures. Okay. This appears to be where we part ways, my friend. That is one hell of a tree. This guy's gonna sleep for a month after he, like, detoxes in a shower for a week. Our character. Leave the marsh. That's one hell of a bridge? Question mark. It was under the cover of night that the drifting hydrofloat brought me to the foot of the high Amazon Falls. Nestled there is a village, now abandoned, of the Ovo Vlahas tribe that took in Velibus in the 1930s. It was where he met his great love, Eucumene, and where he betrayed them all. While trying to lift the hydrofloat to the top of that wall of water, I was attacked by a snake. Its bite made me delirious. I saw someone, a woman. She was a spitting image of Yukinomini, Yukinomini who had not died in the 1930s, nor even aged a day in over 60 years. I can only assume that it was the work of a mysterious stranger that saved me from the torment of the poison. I followed her instructions to carry out the ritual. It was thus I explored the desolate village and its surroundings, still under the lingering hallucinatory effects of the venom and with the vague feeling of merely executing someone else's plan. I even visited the room Vasily had occupied in the 1930s. Louis Angel had taken the hydroflow backup disc that his old friend had entrusted to him and hidden it there as one final act of defiance. But the disc alone wasn't enough to get me across the Amazon Falls. With the hydrofloat, I had to understand and reactivate the different parts of the incredibly lifting mechanism built by the Vulamis and the Olehas. An incredible piece of engineering which not only allowed me to hoist the hydrofloat to the top of the falls, but also to have it towed towards my next destination, the Amazon marshlands. That dreaded stage of the egg initiation ritual that, like it or not, I am fast approaching. And what's that sound? We're still being towed, but the hydrofloat's onboard computer is now beeping. Whatever that means, it can't be good. The hydrofloat was destroyed. It crashed into the middle of the Amazon marshlands. Its heavy bow. It was heavy blow, almost like losing. It was a heavy blow, almost like losing an old friend. I found myself lost in the middle of the mucky waters of the Amazon marshlands, kilometers of wet, misty desert. I completely lost my bearings, but I got back on track, the same path followed by the young Ovo Vallejos as part of the egg ritual. The one that Vilemius had corrupted so long ago by using it to steal the egg from the tribe. Once again, I came up against what I'd once have described as hostile nature, but no, it was simply indifferent, and probably quite sick of individuals like me, Vallejos and Alvarez, disturbing its peace, without over-romanticizing or extortion the situation. I think the Olea understood that there were ways you can peacefully coexist with this wilderness. They are the ones who allowed me to survive in the marshlands. First, by availing myself of that makeshift infrastructure left behind by young Olejas to help each other complete the dangerous egg ritual. Thanks to them, I was able to make myself an ointment to repel insects. Then it was the majestic palm giraffes, partly domesticated by the tribe, that helped me reach the way out of the marshlands. An immense rope bridge stretching as far as the eye can see in the unhealthy mists that surround me even ever since I had to abandon the wreck of the hydrofloat. The final stretch. There's an airboat here. That's either good or bad. Expected you to report on my desk this evening. The President's every move must be communicated to me without delay. As his pilot, you are the only person the President allows to accompany him aside from his bodyguards. I trust that you appreciate what an honor that is. I have no idea what our Supreme Guide is looking for in the old impious temple, but his obsession worries me, and I am not the only one. He is no longer in his prime, and the doctors give me some worrying news this morning. Do not let him out of your sight, and protect him with your life if necessary. General Perina, head of presidential security. Presidential transport. Shell casings. Recently fired. Things are getting interesting. Black birds. That doesn't bode well. Climb to the top of the temple. It would appear without all the parts, it ain't going nowhere. It would appear... I'm guessing the President is making this his final journey. Dear Mr. President, I can assure you that, as per your instructions, we are monitoring the roads and river closely, and the foreigner will not evade us for much longer. Nevertheless, it is my duty as head of your security detail to warn you of the danger you'll run with your frequent excursions to the old volcano temple. Hey, Mousy, how you doing, buddy? You were right, I'm still awake and still streaming. I would not dare demand anything of our glorious Supreme Guide, but I must repeat my advice concerning your protection during these visits. Would you allow yourself to be accompanied by another squad of my best men? While your military genius comprehensively crushed the indigenous revolts that dragged our country through blood and fire for all too many years, reports suggest there are still several pockets of resistance hidden in the jungle and shown by the occasional incident reported around Puebla and the old native village. I beg you, Mr. President, please agree to my modest request, which I think will ease the worries of a large number of us. Respectfully. Slept through all of my alarms. Now I will be at work 30 minutes later than usual. I'm sorry to hear that. Are you going to be okay? Yeah, good.
Power. Oh. Power. Do you really know what power is?
Does anyone?
Of course not. Few people do. Women who are so worn out and tired that they no longer care to think. Yet they tremble with fear in your arms. Because power is always fear. The fear of the one who possesses it, but risks losing it. And the fear of being the victim of it, like a dog being kicked away. And then the fear of growing older. Oh. You have come instead of Valenbois, haven't you? The poor fool. The white birds and all of that. The enemy of power, my friend, is not liberty. It's not democracy. It's not all of that miserable nonsense. The enemy of power is dreams. Dreams. Do you hear? I mean real dreams. Not those common mind-numbing fairy tales that anesthetize people while you kick them with your heel. I've always been very wary of those white birds and all that mythology. I wanted Amerzone to be a great modern nation. A country that believes in progress. That believes in science and technology. But those damned Amazonians wallowed in that sappy romantic legend of the white birds.
That's kind of an interesting job, by the way, Mousy. I'll talk more afterwards, I'm sorry.
Even if it was against their will. I won't let you go any further.
Damn. That's kind of a nice job to be able to get there between 6:30 and 8. Like, to have that kind of freedom. Never had a job that was like that. Well, I have had jobs that as long as you get your work done, that's all they care about. So many high distinctions for such a low man. Carefully worked metal is very high quality. So I'm guessing that's the handle. Special meaning to what? But if you get there later, I'll either have to stay longer or lose more overtime if I leave early. Fair enough. I'm gonna guess this crank goes in this totem here. Ah. Oh, I see now. Hey, buddy. You're a good kid. We're almost done here, little one. No. Rotate the shutters correctly, raise the launch ramp, use the hang glider. Mac. Doggy say hi again. Yes, Doggy says in letters. I love you, puppy. Mackerdoodle, you need to stop. Stop. Please just stop, little one. A key mold. Requires the right metal. What metal can be used to fill it? Such a specific shape. You need to stop. We've had this conversation before, puppy. You cannot be doing that. I cannot have you wrecking that. No, up there, yeah. Hey, little one. Yeah, you're gonna stay put. Cog key ring. Good boy. It's either the ring or the cog. It's like down is the way we want to go. completely worn out. Does this work? Does this work now? No. Focus on great power. Nothing left there. Nothing left there. Oh. Oh, that's the one we pulled. Alright. I'm stumped. Metal that I found will be allowed to forgery by key-shaped cast. Oh, I need the key-shaped cast for what? Who does it belong to? Cast? Yes. Yes, we're casting. Doing some casting, not much. I don't think it's very accurate either. Or at least not the most accurate. Seems fits a control panel near the flags in the temple room. Oh! So there's a key slot here? Oh, is this the key? Oh, I thought that was a symbol. I didn't realize that was a key slot. The cast, yeah. So, but I don't assume. I would assume it wouldn't be that easy. I guess is what I was. Control panel near the flags. I have to put each model in the right position. The key in the position before turning it. So how do I know which is the right position? There are 5. Lower, middle? Apparently that was it. Using the image. Maybe that wasn't completely it. I just put them all at the top. No. I just realized there's. So that's not what determines it. Unless... Nope, that was wrong. What's the symbols on the shutters? Temple entrance. They remind me of the orientation of the nodes. Okay. So here we go. That way, that way. Horizontal. Horiz. And the other way. Okay. So I think we got it. Just gotta use some kind of wire. The Ring of Power. So we're forging the One Ring? Yeah, that's kind of what went through my head, yeah. Casting. Yes, mouse, that's casting. Am I to cast the ring into the way or into the? Whoa, no, not good. Going down. Forging would involve an anvil. Yep, I believe that is correct. Forging is to work the metal into a shape, where casting is to melt and then pour out. I believe. Well, not pour out, but to use a mold to do it instead of to work it. That egg, man. It's seen some shit. This is becoming more and more of a one-way trip. Get the egg. In forging, you two can use a cast. Fair. A lot of times, depending on what you're doing, from my understanding, you forge intact. It's time to finish this. You can cast something and then forge it. Is the general gist I get. We appear to not be the only one. Handmade, it looks like oval craftsmanship. I'm a leaving gift. Is this where they mine their metal? From a white bird apparently corrupted by the volcanic's toxic fumes. Looks like I need something to put on it. Lalani, how's everyone doing? Killer Koi Fish, welcome, welcome everyone. Where you guys coming from? Time for baby dragon to be born? Yeah, it looks kind of like it, maybe? Welcome, welcome everyone. Thank you guys for the raid. How's everyone doing today? I think we're at the thrilling conclusion. Palia. 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 Palia? Oh, Palia. Yep, yep. I have heard good things. I have not played, but I have heard good things. You were talking about it last time. I thought so, but before I said anything, I wanted to make sure I remembered. Intact. Should definitely play with us sometime. That would be fun. We should. That is a ladder. Hi, puppy. I apologize for the fuzzy body in front of me. It's my dog. It looks like a good game, and the fun thing about it is there's like no excuse not to play it. Because it's free. Very hard and pointy, good for piercing through tough material. It is fun. Good. Get a hold of yourself, man. You're getting ahead of the game. You're beside yourself. There's so many jokes I could do. But not me game, that my one? What? What are you talking about, Baruch? Shut up with the jokes. Agile, poo. You missed my good jokes. I want to cast the ring into the fire. Not my type of game. Fair enough. Ouch. Welcome back, Mousy. We're gonna wait for Agile for the other peeps. Because I think we're at the thrilling conclusion. Which reminds me, what is the temp outside? Because that'll dictate whether I open up the windows. It's 61 degrees out. I could probably open the windows, turn off the AC unit, you know? Seems, you know, like a reasonable thing to do. Ad blocker useless. You have to support. The only ad blocker. Well, no, I don't know. If you can find an ad blocker that works, more power to you. But I don't use ad blockers. I don't know. They seem kind of sketchy, if I'm being honest. And the last thing I want to do is get in trouble. They seem like a gray area, I guess, is what I should say. And I don't have the time, energy, or mental fortitude to deal with being banned or accused of something, or. So. This is obviously where the egg goes. Well, we're waiting on everyone else. I'm gonna see if there's a place I can throw the ring into the fire. Its perfect shape equates great power! Woo! Throw the ring into the volcano. Lord of the Rings reference, yeah, definitely. I thought watching ads helps support. It does help, so. Oh, is this? This is a Gollum reference, I think. Puppy. What? What the hell, dog? Buy a subscription, them you don't have ads. Sport. I mean, yes, that is true, Mousy, but I would rather not say it so bluntly. If people have the money, yeah. If people have the money and the desire to support me, all the power to them if they want to spend it that way. But I am just happy for the follows and the company. If I can get those two things out of someone, I am overjoyed. So, being alone gaming is the kind of the worst thing at this point.
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite store on the
Snatcher42,
Citadel.
welcome, buddy. Thank you for the follow, man. Hey, buddy, if you're still here, I was going to ask you. You were talking about Siberian, the other game. Would you recommend waiting until the remaster, or should I just play it as is? My bills are $6K a month. I have no money for anything else. Ouch. I'm lucky. I have like 1.5 to 2K bills right now. Kind of depends. I haven't done the full math either. 6K a month is steep, I think. But then I don't know where you're living, so that might be relatively cheap depending on what city, town, location you're in, what your house structure looks like, so on and so forth. I am living in a 1-bedroom, two room plus bathroom house, so I think OG holds up well. But if the remake is as good as Amerzone one, I might wait. Fair enough. Well, and it's only coming out. It's coming out soon, so it's not like I have to wait too terrible long. Hopefully I don't have to wait too terrible long, I guess I should say. Well, Eggy, it's been real. You've been egging me on this whole adventure. You've been an excellent traveling companion. Hopefully you're not an omelet. Or scrambled. Considering how many times we've hit the dirt. Here goes. Scrambled? Ugly. Fascinating.
The story goes that the white birds never stop flying. They are born, they mate, and they die in the hot rising fumes of the volcanoes. Their giant wings continue to grow throughout their lives. And some people even claim that long after their death, their lifeless bodies glide on. These are but stories, people say. Stories that feed the dreams of children who live in the Amerzone. But will those dreams be enough? One could hope so.
Finish chapter 7. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That was really cool. Oh, it's a very fascinating world. I'm a little disappointed that the hydro float isn't there. I'm kind of curious as to how we make it home if we do. The Indian Soldier. 1999 version, there were 4 white birds in the ending cutscene. In 1999 cutscenes are third person, while this version stays in first person most of the time. So I have a theory that this version implies we turned into a bird and flied away. That was kind of the opinion I got from it, Snatcher. That was kind of the feel I got, was that we became one with the birds. That would also, I guess we'll maybe the cutscenes here will say something, but that would also explain what happened to the other young Indian tribesman who seems to have made the journey and left his mother's bracelet, the bracelet his mother gave him, behind. Although it could also be that he just crashed and burned up there. Or died from toxic smoke inhalation, yeah. The other thing I wonder is if, depending on like what you do with the ring or the idol or different things like that, if you get different endings. This seems like a game that could possibly do that. I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. Wow. You've been working, buddy. Only one ending as far as I know. Okay. Fair enough, then. I don't know. I don't know how bad it would be to live out the rest of your life as a bird. Might get kind of frustrating. The lore of this world seems fascinating and interesting. I'm curious to see Siberian. I can't want to call him Siberian because we have a good friend of mine in the who's been following me for years now, I think. Called Siberian. Siberia? I don't know. I'm curious to see how much it reveals of the world. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Fair enough. I had chicken for lunch. Puppy, what are you doing? Not so great as a bird. Fair. Yeah, fluffy buddy. Yep, fluffy buddy. Oh. Siberian is in the same universe, but is mostly in its own story. A couple references to the Amerzone here and there. Fair enough. I guess I'm kind of curious, like, theoretically, Amerzone takes place. So, if I'm correct, if I'm remembering my history correctly, World War I takes place in the teens. So Amerzone, the professor's original expedition would have taken place after World War One, but before World War Two, which would have happened in the 40s, depending on when you want to clarify the start of the war, or 30s, late 30s, maybe even. TF is that comparison? So I guess my question is, did the world wars occur in this universe? And just learning more about, I understand Siberia isn't going to puzzle game to World War One. Yeah, I understand Siberia isn't going to necessarily continue the story of Amazonia, but if it happens in the same universe, I'm curious about learning more about world history, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. The other thing, too, is the religious studies and philosophy, religious studies major, philosophy minor in me from schooling, was really fascinated by the story. It's 1 a.m. I'm gonna head to bed. We should play sometime soon. We should. I've got an interesting week this week with a new client at work, so we'll see how that goes. But hey, hopefully we can coordinate. I'll send you a message when I know what I'm doing when, and maybe we can hook up. So, thank you so much, Ilani, for the raid, and hopefully you have a good night. Stay safe, my friend. Did my internet crap out? Internet? Interwebs. Of course, anytime. Sounds good. I lost one of my screens. Alright, puppy. Let us... Anything else we need to know? Probably not. I'll be free next week, Sunday through Tuesday to play. Ooh. Maybe. Maybe. I don't work Sunday. I don't know what... I might get a new client on Monday. But I'd be home in the afternoon, and Tuesday I have a dental appointment, so... tempting. I'll look into what I can figure out, and we'll be in touch. Stay safe, Lilani. You have completed the adventure. Now you can play through any chapter by selecting a dedicated menu and continue to explore the various, complete the unfinished investigations. Nice. I think this is where I'm going to end it. Does anyone have a suggestion for a raid? We have a party today, so let us spread the wealth. Does anyone have someone they think deserves a raid? I think we're going to end it here. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow real quick while I'm finishing up and while you guys think about your raiding partners. We finished the game? We finished the game. Yep. I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow. I have a eye appointment in the afternoon, and then I have work early on Tuesday morning. So I don't know. So it was a dragon. No, it was a bird, not a dragon. Sorry, bud. He's a good bean. Does a variety of streaming. Yes. I'm not much of a bean, but yes. I'm a little big for a bean. Oh, I understand. Gosh darn it, Squirrel. You were suggesting I raid myself? Was that what you were doing, Squirrel? Oh. You're human, a bean. Maybe. Gosh darn it, Squirrel. I love you guys. Nothing else is never dull. But anyway, like I said, I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow. You can't raid yourself. Yeah, I know. Hopefully I'll be back Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We'll kind of see. Hopefully I'll be back the rest of the week. We'll kind of see how it goes. The schedule for streaming will be different than what it has been. That's for certain. With my earlier work, I will have to be done sooner than I was tonight, than I usually am. Which in turn means, sorry, I gotta refresh some pages. We'll get the music going in a second here. Which means that, yeah, I can't do it as late. So it'll change when we stream and when I start and end. Hopefully when I start, definitely when I end. You can't find anyone, to be honest. It figures. The one time I'm like, hey, give me someone. You guys are empty-handed. That's hilarious. Is anyone playing this game right now? We'll send you guys there, I guess, if we can find it. If not, we might just call it quits for the night. Alright. Exit the game. I should have stopped. I plan on stopping at 10. And so I'm 2.5 hours over. What type of person do you have, people? I mean, who do you trust? Who's a good influence? I'd rather not go to someone who's swearing all the time. You and your military buddies, I swear. Aha, see what I did there? Oh no, I watch the streaming except you. Fair enough. Mac, you need to quiet, buddy. No one ooh. Here we go. There's someone I have done stuff with before. Rural storage. I'm gonna send you to Caradur Zero. I think he's rated me once before. He's doing Monster Train 2. So I'm gonna send you guys there. How do I do this? I want to put more word in what you said. What? I'm gonna send you guys over to him. Make you sound bad? I'm confused. What did I say? Unless, well, what do you want? What? I don't understand what you're talking about, Baruch. I did not mean to insult anyone or say anything mean to anyone or anything like that. I don't think with him before. Oh, done things with him before. Gosh darn it, Baruch. I have rated and been rated by him. I think he's rated me. I don't think I've rated him, but we're gonna rate him tonight. If I can figure out how to raid, stream manager. There we go. Gosh darn it, you guys. What am I gonna do with you? Raid channel. Here we go. So yeah, Monster Train 2. Did something with him before. Yeah, I showed you. So I'm going to send you guys over to him. Hopefully you guys have a good night. Thank you guys for joining me. Discord is always open. We'd love to have you. Links in the About Me page, or feel free to ask the bot. And with that all said and done, stay safe, everyone. Be careful. If I don't see you sooner, I'll see you later. Thank you for posting the Discord, Baruch. Stay safe, everyone. Hopefully I'll see you soon. And away we go. Good night, guys.
Thank you for that raid, Cracked Citadel.